It's a tough tournament mentally, physically. It's a test of endurance and stamina. When the snooker's on, you definitely start feeling the pressure. You feel like you've got 980 people breathing down your neck, you know. The standard, the quality, the players coming through, it's tough. You either sink or swim there, there's no in between.
The World Snooker Championship live on Eurosport, with every shot live and on demand on Discovery+.
Welcome to the great county of Yorkshire, to the great city of Sheffield, for the great annual climax to our season. Because in snooker, all roads always lead here to the iconic Crucible Theatre. But for 32 world-class players, there is one more match to win before they can think about taking their place in Thursday's live draw for this year's Cazoo World Championship. 2 miles down the road at the English Institute of Sport, nerves are beginning to jangle. Prepare for drama, prepare for heartache, and prepare for glory. This is Judgment Day, Part 1. That is the view from the English Institute of Sport. The countdown is on and the nerves are indeed jangling. 8 players from China, 12 Englishmen, 4 Scots, 4 Welsh, 2 from Thailand, 1 from Northern Ireland, 1 from Iran. Wow, 32 players, but there's only room for 16 in Thursday's draw. That is the view. We have 8 tables. Hearts are in mouths. A very good morning. And a very good morning to Ken Doherty. Ken, the tournament's loss is Judgment Day's gain because you are going to be with us, as you have been for the last 3 or 4 years. Hard luck against Pang Jung-Siu. You started that match like a rocket.
Yeah, it started really well. Went 4-0 up and then missed the pink with the pink and black remaining to go 5-0 and then the wheels came off. But Pang played well in the evening time. But I had my chances. Yeah, a bit disappointed. Love to be, going back out to have one more match to go back to the Crucible. Anyway, the dream is over, Rob. We're back in here at Judgment Day.
We are, and we always love this 48 hours. And you, it sounds like we exaggerate it, but you can genuinely sense the tension everywhere around the arena. It means so much, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it. The minute you go into the practice room, the guys practicing, there's no joking or anything like that. They're very serious, very focused, and the nerves are jangling. It's so much for a lot of these players who have been there, who have witnessed it, and some who haven't witnessed it at all, or some who've only witnessed it once. So, yeah, there's an awful lot at stake. And, of course, there's a lot of tour survival as well, and squandering for places on the ranking list. So there's an awful lot at stake for these players.
And what I like about it this year, we've got a former champion, Graham Dott. We've got 2 former runners-up, Barry Hawkins, Matthew Stevens, who's been runner-up twice. We've got a whole host of guys who've been to the single table setup, McGill, Maguire, Perry, Walden. And at the other end of the spectrum, we're guaranteed a debutant because we've got an all-Chinese clash tomorrow. There's a bit of everything.
There's a bit of everything, yeah. And although those lads have played in matches and some of those lads have won tournaments that you've mentioned, they will tell you that this match, this last match to get to the Crucible is one of the biggest matches that they ever play because it means so much to them walking out and coming down those stairs into the beautiful theatre that is the Crucible. So, yeah, it's a big match for a lot of people, and it can define a whole season.
It certainly can. As Sean Murphy always says, an awful season can become a great season with one great run at the Crucible. But first, they have to get there. So, 8 scintillating matches. Here they are. We start off on table 1 with Thepchaiya Unnu against Ricky Walden. This is a really intriguing match, this one, Ken, because Thepchaiya's bidding for a 5th Worlds and Ricky has gone all the way to the semis, albeit that was 10 years ago. Yeah,
very, very tough match, this one, and a tough one to call. I think it'll go really close. Thepchaiya, fantastic talent, so fast. But Ricky has been there, done it, worn the T-shirt, a wonderful, steady player as well. And a man for the big occasion. This is a really tough match for both players, I think.
And he came from 5-2 down against Ian Burns for that 10-6 win. Yeah,
so he seems to be playing all right. And he's free of back pain, which is great as well, because he's suffering with that for a few years. So he looks to be playing good and, as I said, pain-free.
All right, Jack Jones and Barry Hawkins. It's hard to believe that Barry Hawkins is having to come through the qualifiers, but as he himself said, the rankings don't lie. It is what it is. I haven't delivered, so he's having to do it the hard way.
Yeah, but he's still a very, very tough player, isn't he? You know, he's one of those players that's always there, thereabouts, and he plays every shot like, 100%. Doesn't give much away, and I think Jack Jones is, he has a really tough match on his hands. Yeah, Barry Hawkins looks good for me here.
Okay, Anthony McGill and Cao Yupeng. Now, I spoke to Peter Ebdon yesterday because Peter is now working with Anthony McGill, and he had a little twinkle in his eye, the 2002 world champion. He's saying, listen, McGill could go deep here, and he certainly had to dig himself out against John Astley. He was 9-7 down. I think he had a very big century and a decent break in the 90s to get himself into Judgment Day.
Yeah.
His game is tailor-made for the Crucible, isn't it? Because he loves the long frame format.
Yeah, and of course he's beaten O'Sullivan at the Crucible. He's got to the semi-final, lost that epic semi-final, didn't he, against Corin Wilson a few years ago. He's up against Cao Yupeng. You know, he started to climb and play some decent snooker since he came back from his ban. And he's going to prove a tough test for McGill. But I just think the experience of McGill will probably see him through here.
Yeah, he has had some epic matches at the Crucible. He'll be certainly hoping that he's in the draw once again. Well, from one Scot to another, Graham Dott, former champion, against Matt Selt. This is such an intriguing match, isn't it? This is a brilliant
I think this
lineup.
is one of the toughest matches to call, actually, of the round. Graham Dott, a lot more experience, but Matt Selt, of course, establishes himself as a top 30 player. Graham Dott looked to be in a little bit of agony. There's something wrong with his shoulder. I saw him practicing yesterday. Didn't look very comfortable at all. I don't know whether that's going to affect him. It obviously didn't affect him in the first match, but this is a really tough match to call, this one.
Yeah, and Matt Selt feels he should have been at the Crucible more than 3 times, which is what his tally is at the moment. He's desperate to be a 5-time, 6-time, 7-time Crucible participant. He loves the big stage.
Yeah, he does, and he's a good player. You know, he had a good first-round win against Peter Lyons. It went pretty close, 10-7. He's good, really. As I said, it's going to be a really tough match. It's a tough draw for both players here.
Well, Nopon Siankam has been on fire on the ITV events. You and I loved watching him. He made the semis of the British Open, the semis of the World Grand Prix, and the scalps he took en route to the semis in Cheltenham were incredible because he beat Selby, he beat Ronnie, and he beat Willow. He was unfortunate to be hammered by Allen in both of those semi-finals. But he seems to have come of age this season. Yeah,
he's playing really, really well. He plays up in Dingxinghui. He's a resident here in Sheffield. And he's been playing very, very consistent over the years. He's been using the sight right method with Steve Feeney over the last 2 or 3 seasons, and it's really benefited from him. And he's a really dangerous player. Goes for his shots. He's quite mechanical in his approach, but he's very aggressive in the way he plays the game. And he's up against a guy who's just, I think, secured his tour card by getting to this stage. So he will play a little bit more freely, Zhang Anda. He's been sort of on the perennial sort of top 64 player for quite some seasons, but hasn't really gone deep in it. This is a big match as well, but Nopon, I think, with the experience and the firepower, I think he might come through this one.
Well, speaking of firepower, what about this guy? Stephen Maguire. When he's good, he's on fire, but by his own high standards, he's had an awful season. But it was a very, very important win against Alfie Burden. He needed that because, of course, you've got to win that first match in order for your prize money to count towards your rankings. How much of this match hinges on whether Fan can reproduce the incredible form he did to beat Ronnie in a decider for the European Masters last spring?
Yeah, I mean, Steve Maguire, it's very unusual to see him, in these qualifiers, because normally he's always in the top 16. He has been for quite some while, but by his own admission, as you said, he's had a really sort of poor couple of seasons. And it's surprising, really, but he's tinkering around with cues over the last few years. I don't think that's helped, and maybe his confidence has dropped a little bit, but he's going to be a tough handful, I think. And I think Fang Zhengzhi has been a surprise and winner, of course, of that European Masters, but played brilliantly. Very, very talented young player, this guy, and very exciting to watch as well. And I think this is a really interesting match. I would favour Stephen Maguire, but don't be surprised if this guy goes really close against him.
Yes, he seems to love taking on the big names. Now, Chris Wakelin, by the way, is 3 out of 3 as far as Judgment Day victories is concerned. And he'll be the hot favourite against Wu Yiza. Wu Yiza is the youngest in the draw, just 19 years of age. What a contrast. We've got Hamilton tomorrow at 51 and Wu Yiza at the age of 19. But there's something about Chris Wakelin's makeup that leaves him suited for this kind of cauldron.
Yeah, and of course, he's playing with a lot of confidence, winning the shootout as well. He's going to be in the Champion of Champions. It's boosted his prize money, boosted him up the rankings. So he's playing with a lot of confidence. Beat my compatriot in the last round quite convincingly, 10-2, Aaron Hill. But watch out for this guy. I've seen him over the last season or two, up in the Ding Junhui Academy as well. Avid and diligent practicer, but very, very talented. This guy, I know he's very, very young, Rob, but watch out for this guy. Maybe not this match, but watch out for this guy throughout the next season or two, because he's going to do some damage.
Well, and it's funny, I looked at his stats in the match against Alan Taylor. 2 centuries, 4 half-centuries. He had 7 half-centuries when he beat Chan Peng Fei. When he gets in, he's very, very good. So maybe he'll give us a glimpse of the future in this match. Yeah. And last but by no means least, Si Hua Hui and Jordan Brown. Now, Jordan Brown, in that victory over Dominic Dale, I think it was 10-7, he suddenly jumped about 30 or 40 places on the one-year list. He was one of those players who desperately needed that 15,000 to count towards his rankings. He hasn't had a great season again by his own standards. We haven't necessarily seen him push on from that iconic Welsh Open victory over Ronnie in 21. Big stage this for him and a big opportunity, but it's one he's got to take.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Sometimes it's always, it can have an adverse effect. When you win your first big tournament, sometimes, you sort of get a little bit carried away, and then you're pushing for more results, but it doesn't happen. Maybe you're trying too hard. Maybe that's what's happened to Jordan Brown, and then it didn't work out. He's lost a bit of confidence. But that win will give him a great bit of confidence, beating Dominic Dale. But once again, another young Chinese player. Wasn't he an amateur when he beat Sean Murphy at the UK Championships a couple of seasons ago? Very, very talented, very, very good player, and I think he's going to push Jordan Brown quite a lot in this match.
And a great win for him over Tom Ford, who's had arguably one of the best seasons of his career, let alone winning a 110 grand rain fair. Stephen McGuire.
He'll probably still give out about his luck, though, you know what I mean, knowing Tom Ford.
He'll be talking about how much the insurance policy costs. Anyway, right, we have 8 fascinating, scintillating matches. 16 players are 10 frames away from the big one, a place in Thursday's draw. We have pulled in the big guns. I'm not just talking about the darling of Dublin. We have a legend of the commentary box poised and ready. He's got his Crucible Almanac. He's had 5 Weetabix for breakfast. There is only one Dave Hendon. He is going to smoothly guide us through the first 9 frames this session, and we'll be back for 5 p.m. for the concluding session. It's the English Institute of Sport. It's Judgment Day Part 1. You've heard from Ken Doherty. Now a very good morning to the one and only Dave Hendon.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Good morning, everybody, wherever you're watching around the world. So this is it then, 2 days of intense drama and intrigue and hopefully some good snooker as well. And this really is the point of no return. You either win and go to the Crucible. Losing is not worth thinking about. The final qualifying round of the Cazoo World Championship. We're going to just drop in on each table just to show you what's happening in the early stages. This is table 1, where, as you can see, Ricky Walden, he was actually 41-0 behind here, but he's now in front. Ricky Walden, former semi-finalist at the Crucible 10 years ago now, looking to appear there for the 9th time. Tekchara Nu, of course, so dangerous. He has the highest break so far, 145. So he's in line for the 15,000 high break prize. So already a very quick start on this table. And no great surprise this was put on the main table. It's a really good lineup. Ricky Walden just looking to kill the frame off. And everyone looking to settle down. This is... can't be overstated what a nervous round, what a nervous match this is for all these players, including those who have played many times at the Crucible. There are some here trying to get for the first time. Want to be part of snooker's greatest show, of course. So that's table 1. Ricky Walden not too far from wrapping that frame up. The last red still got to be dealt with. He's going to need that red. Be 28 in front with the black. Well, he sort of brought it out. He's not great on it, though. We're going to drop in on each table. So this is table 2. Barry Hawkins, of course, he's mired in the qualifying again. First time since 2012. He was runner-up to Ronnie O'Sullivan a decade ago. And Jack Jones is one of the players who could make his debut. There's 6 players over the 2 days looking to get to the Crucible for the first time. This is a little bit the opposite of the Ricky Walden match. Not a lot happening yet. Took a Barry 22 in front. Big day for both. Of course, Hawkins doesn't want to miss out all the great memories he's got of the Crucible. Equally, Jack Jones would love to savour it for the first time. I can tell you, by the way, Ricky Walden didn't take that red on, so that first table still continues. So table 3 is Anthony McGill. He's certainly someone who could cause a lot of trouble if he qualified. Of course, former semi-finalist, and he's up against Chow Yupeng, who did play there back in 2012. He actually beat Mark Allen in 2012, lost to Ryan Day in the last 16. Beat Ben Wollaston 10-6 in the last round. He's a very difficult player, I think. He caused trouble for anybody. McGill only just made it through, didn't he? 10-9 from 9-7 down to John Astley. So he's already had a scare. And is in front, but as you can see, Chow Yupeng with a good chance actually to win this opening frame. So as I say, Chow looking good for frame 1, but we're going to just drop in on each table just to establish each match. Table 4, of course, features a former champion, Graham Dott, against Matt Selt, and already look at the balls there. That's not going to be a quick frame, is it? Ken's joined me in the box. We're just dropping in each table, Ken, and yeah, this a varied start, I think it's fair to say.
yeah, absolutely. And I think you'll probably see a lot of frames like this with those two competitors. Very, very tough match players, both Matt Selt and indeed Graham Dott. Yeah, but very interesting match. I think one of the toughest matches of the round, David. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, they are two very fierce competitors, and Matt Selt, he was involved in a long match with Peter Lines, and Dott beat Andy Hicks in the last round. He's looking to qualify actually for the first time in 4 years, Graham Dott. That's a good pop that from Matt Selt. We move on to table 5. This is Noppen Senkam and Zhang Anda. And still, of course, in frame 1. Points level, actually 22 each. Zhang Anda is a very solid player, I think. He's quite methodical. He's played at the Crucible 3 times, but not been there for 5 years. And Senkam last year got to the last 16. He beat Luca Brissell. He's beaten Sean Murphy in the first round before as well. So, again, another player who could cause problems, I think, for the seeds, were he to qualify. Now, this is table 1. We're going to show you what's happening here because this is a very dramatic first frame. Walden was in front, didn't quite get on the last red. There's been a safety battle. Tepchire needs pink and black.
Big first frame, David, as well. Ricky Walden was well in front here. Oh, he was just stretching on it. He wasn't comfortable. Was not comfortable at all. He's got away with it.
Well, already, I mean, it's only frame 1, but already you can see what a big deal this is because, you know, not least, I think it makes a difference. We're here in Sheffield as well. We're a few miles from the Crucible, so it's sort of tantalisingly there in the background, but you've got to win 10 frames first.
Yeah, and you always, you know, it's so important. I know it's like, you know, best of 19, but it's just so important to get off to a good start. And frames like this, you know, when you're behind, but you could possibly, you know, win it on the black. It really hurts your opponent, sets him off on a bad foot. He's trying to come off the cushion here. Lots of left-hand side. Catch the pink from behind. Oh, he's left it. That's a poor shot. Should be first frame to Ricky Walden.
Yeah, it doesn't need the black. So Ricky Walden, he was behind 41-0. He got in front, didn't get on the last red, lost the safety battle, but now needs to pop this pink just to settle himself early on. In it goes. Well, an eventful start. Just 9 more needed, Ricky, and you'll be at the Crucible. Okay, so we were going round the tables. And this is table 7. This is Chris Wakelin and Wu Yiza. Now, Wu Yiza, just 19. Ken was saying at the start, very dangerous player. You rate him highly, Ken.
Yeah, I do. He practices up in the Ding Junhui Academy where I go in, and I see him in there every day. Such a diligent worker, but very, very talented player. I mean, Rob was talking about the litany of breaks that he had in that first match, and a couple of centuries, 7 half centuries, I think. So he's very dangerous, but of course he's playing Chris Wakelin, you know, bundles of experience, and of course playing with a lot of confidence with that first, you know, tournament win. I know it's a shootout, but it's still, you know, giving him a bit of confidence. And well, he's missed that plant, but has he got away with it? But this is a very talented player, Dave. I think he's gonna do a bit of damage over the years, I think. And who knows? He gets off to a good start here. He could cause an upset.
Of course, Chris Wakelin, the shootout champ. That was 10-minute matches. This is the long form game, of course, best of 19.
Yeah, and of course it's worth pointing out that it's great to have the best of 19s back again, because you know, for the last few years it's only been best of 11s, hasn't it? So I think all the players are delighted to. It's a real proper test, isn't it?
It really is, and of course it gives chance for shifts in momentum and matches to turn around. We've seen plenty of that already, of course, in the last week.
Yeah, mind you, the way I played yesterday, I wish it was back to best.
You wanted it to be best of 7.
yeah.
Anyway, this is table 8. This is Jordan Brown and Si Jiahui, and this is another interesting one. Si Jiahui, another talent, just 20. He's looking to make his debut. Jordan actually played at the Crucible 3 years ago in the COVID times. There was no audience, so it wasn't quite the debut he was hoping for. He'd love to get back there, of course, with a full crowd. He beat Dominic Dale the other night to reach the final round. He's in front in this frame. So Stephen Maguire's actually won the first frame against Fan Zhengyi, and Chai Peng has won the first against Anthony McGill. We know Ricky Walden's in front. You can contact us, of course. We do like to hear from wherever you're watching around the world. We're live on World Snooker Tour Facebook and YouTube channels, so you can message them at WeAreWST. They've set up a thread on their Twitter. You can contact Ken at Ken Doherty 1997, Rob at Rob Walker TV, and myself at Dave Hendon. And any questions, queries, who do you fancy coming through? Will we see, how many debutants will we see? Any score predictions, whatever you want, any questions, do let us know. And let us know also where you're watching, because we have viewers all around the world.
Yeah, I mean, last year it was amazing the amount of viewers tuning in from all over North America and Canada. It was fantastic.
So we're going to drop in on table 6 now to watch Stephen Maguire, because he's many times been seeded at the Crucible. Last year he was a quarter-finalist, but he's had a terrible season by his high standards. Just one last 16 at the Northern Ireland Open. So he comes in number 33 in the world. But he had a good win over Alfie Burden, 10-4. He's up against Fan Zhengyi. Of course, he won a ranking event last season, the European Masters, completely out of the blue. Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan 10-9 in the final. And he had a really tough match with young Ulian Boyko, the 17-year-old from Ukraine. Won that one 10-8 in the last round. So on paper, you'd fancy Maguire. He's already a frame ahead, but paper doesn't really apply, I don't think, in this round. He'll be desperate to get back there and sort of salvage the season, really.
Yeah, it's quite strange, isn't it, the way his last couple of seasons have gone. Since he won that Players' Championship, wasn't it, when he beat Mark Allen in the final? He hasn't really kicked on. I mean, for a guy that Ronnie O'Sullivan thought was going to dominate the game for many years after his UK Championship win, he'd be very disappointed, but he's a very talented player. Loves the big stage, of course. And if he gets some sort of confidence going, well, nobody, I think, if he does qualify, would like to play him in the first round. That would be one draw they'd like to avoid. But he's up against that young boy, Fan Zhengyi, who's amazing. Came from nowhere, didn't he, to win that European Masters. Very talented young player as well. So it's going to be an interesting match there.
Yeah, as I say, Fan hoping to make his debut at the Crucible. It's still the early stages of this frame. Maguire's settled though. He's won the first. And he's looking to impose himself. He's got all the experience. But we're going to go to table 7 because this is close. And as we join it, Williers are just missing that red. As you can see, he's 19 in front. So he would have needed still the yellow as well. But even so, he's missed the red.
A little bit of inexperience there, David. You know, like he's trying to punch that red in along the top cushion. I mean, might have been better off just giving it a chance to go into the pocket. It's so tight along these top rails. Giving Chris Wakelin a chance here now. Yellow is not in a great position, but it should be okay if you can get close to it from the pink here. Pink would put him 12 points behind, so he need just up to the pink again to win the frame. You could get pretty close to the yellow here. That's pretty good. Nice angle. Now this is the big shot. If you can pot the yellow and get on the green, great chance to win the first frame for Chris Wakelin. Oh. Just didn't give it enough. Another little sort of piece of evidence of a bit of tension in the arm. You know, you're not hitting through the ball. A little bit of nervousness creeping in there. It's understandable. First frame. That's the settle for safety.
Chris Wakelin has qualified 3 times, but of course this year he would go there as a ranking event winner. He did win the shootout in fine style, so full of confidence, up to his highest ever ranking of 28 as well. Another player who might fancy causing an upset if he did qualify. Just to say, the tables have been recovered overnight.
Yeah, they started to play a little bit heavy yesterday. Of course, they would have had almost a week's play, and they were just starting to wear a little bit, and the cushions were getting a little bit sort of jumpy. So it's good that the tables have been recovered now, all 8 of them. I've been impressed with the crowds as well here. They've been pretty good, you know. It's been well supported over the last, I'd say, week nearly, and yeah, the crowds have been good. They love the qualifiers, I must say. It's so raw, isn't it? You know, it's real raw snooker, and there's a lot of tension out there, a lot of nervousness, but you can feel it in the air. But it's great. I mean, it really is fantastic, you know. It's such a... It's nice to have the crowds as well back, you know, to appreciate it and clap and create that atmosphere. Now we'll use in a bit of trouble here. Just got to go past the middle pocket. 2 cushions, try and hit the green right from the back. Leave the cue ball there, knock the green up the table, but that hasn't worked out. He's left it. Oh, great chance here now for Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, and although it's only frame 1, you know, you want to settle. You want to just get on the scoreboard and build yourself into the match.
Yeah, very true. You can't emphasize that enough, and even in these, as I said, these best of 19s, so important.
So he's going to need blue and pink. Just cue ball's got to travel here. Just needs to make sure he lands nicely on this pink. Yeah, nicely done. So Chris Wakelin is on the scoreboard. He went wrong initially, but as you can see, he's happy enough to take the first frame. We're going to try and bring you as much of a flavour of all the matches as we can. We're going to table 5 now. This is Noppen Senkarm and Zhang Anda, still in their opening frame. And as you can see, Zhang looks like he's about to win it. 28 in front, in fact, with that yellow. So this green to make absolutely sure. I think he's a very tricky customer, Zhang. He's quite methodical, you know. He's good at sort of dictating the pace of the match. And he has qualified 3 times for the Crucible. He was born on Christmas Day, actually, and to a lot of snooker fans, this is like Christmas, this Judgment Day, and of course the Crucible. I was there yesterday as I arrived in Sheffield, just went and just paid my respects to the old place. It's all decked out in all the Cazoo colours and all the pictures of the players. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's fantastic. When the show comes to Sheffield town, Sheffield City, Crucible, no, it's history. And the city really embrace it as well, don't they? I mean, the people of Sheffield absolutely love it when the snooker comes here. There's a certain buzz about it, isn't there?
There really is, yeah. It's you notice it just walking around the city centre. So that's the first frame to Zhang Anda. About 9 frames, of course, in the opening session, although that's the scheduled amount. We haven't always got them all in, but that's the scheduled amount back at 5 o'clock British time this evening. Let's go back to Stephen Maguire then. We saw him earlier. Of course, he won the first frame and broke down initially in this frame, but he's back in. He's one of those players, right now in snooker, that, you know, there's a top 16, they get seeded, but there are about 30 players who have a claim to be in the top 16, and he's certainly one of them. Of course, Ryan Day, we saw yesterday just scraping through, he's another. But if Maguire, I had a question already actually on Twitter about sort of the hardest potential qualifiers. Certainly if he qualified, you wouldn't want to play him, obviously, with all his experience and just his big match temperament.
Yeah, there's a few of them there. I mean, there's another wonderful draw to look forward to as well. Match is Dave Gilbert against Matthew Stevens. That should be a belter tomorrow. But yeah, Maguire's experience, of course, he's not one player that you would like as a top 16 to be playing as a qualifier with all that experience.
He's also a player who he doesn't mind actually if it's sort of 3 or 4 visits a frame. He's a bit old school. He won't mind getting 30, 40 in front, playing safe if he has to. It's all about getting to 10. That's the bottom line today, and that's why in the qualifiers, you know, we've had some really good snooker, but also we've had some very nervy snooker. Ryan Day won last night and still came off. Big Hugel 10-8. Still came off really disappointed with his performance, but he'd be more disappointed had he lost, of course.
Steve Maguire just stopped in his tracks there. He thought maybe, well, might have a go at that red, but looking at a possible red into the right centre, but now it's going back. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to hit this red. Just off the side cushion, top cushion, just try and land on it. Barry Hawkins has just won the first frame against Jack Jones.
Yes, and Matt Selt has won the opening frame against Graham Dott. One thing to watch out for tomorrow, we've got 2 50-somethings trying to qualify. Anthony McGill, sorry, not Anthony McGill, Anthony Hamilton and Mark Davis, so it'll be interesting. This is...
Anthony McGill won't be happy with you.
few years yet for him.
Yeah.
This is our little split screen that you can see the different matches taking place. Yeah, I was just coming in this morning, and I went in the players' room to get a bottle of water, and there's no chat at all going on, is there? Everyone is very much keeping to themselves.
Yeah, no chat at all. Even in the practice room, I was saying it to Rob Walker. You know, you can feel the tension in the practice room. Everybody trying to scramble to get their few minutes, and some players in there oblivious to other players waiting. By the way, you know, they're trying to get even more minutes than some of the other guys. But yeah, it's very tense. They're all very, very focused, and it means an awful lot, you know, from whether it be Tour Survival, getting into the 64, getting into the 32, getting to the Crucible for the first time, or the umpteenth time that you've been there. It doesn't matter. There's still, everybody wants to play at the Crucible, don't they? And every match means something for all these players.
Now, this is not Steve Maguire. This is Noppen Sengam and Zhang Anda on table 5. So just a slight mix up with the graphic there. These things happen.
I was going to say he's changed a little bit since I saw him last, Stephen Maguire. Should be an interesting match, that Sangkam against Zhang Anda. Sangkam is having a very, very good season. You'd expect him to come through, but as you said, like, Zhang Anda has that experience of playing at the Crucible, and so it's not like he's playing for his first time. So there will be nerves, but he has the experience of being there a few times and coming through, and that he sort of gives you a little bit of self-belief, I suppose, and confidence that you need should it go close. Well, it's going to be tough against Noppen Sengam, who's having a very, very good season.
Well, I did mention him earlier, and I think we're about to see Anthony McGill, who, of course, played one of the most famous matches in recent years at the Crucible, that semi-final 3 years ago with Kyron Wilson. He's looking to get back there as a qualifier this year. He's lost the first frame to Chow Yipeng. As you can see, he's 30 in front here in frame 2. Now, is he on this red? The slow walk tells you he's not.
No, not enough pace on the cue ball. Cue ball is stuck to the reds, touching ball. He's not going to be able to get back the ball here either, so maybe just a run to the top cushion here behind the black. I'm not going to be putting his opponent in any sort of trouble. He just has to try and get as tight behind the black as possible, but he might find himself in a bit of trouble afterwards back in the balk area. If you could get a red safe here, it'd be nice with a 37-point lead, but I don't think you can.
He's a player who Alan McManus very much feels could be world champion, you know, at one point in the future. Anthony, 32 years of age. Does seem to play his best snooker there. Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan there a couple of years ago.
Yeah, lost in the semi-final there, didn't he? That epic semi-final against Kyron was so unlucky as well, wasn't he, in that last frame? 70 and 16. Wow, what a marathon. What a wonderful frame it was. But yeah, he is a quality player, Anthony McGill.
Okay, so it's a bit of time left to run in that one, but table 1 is a very interesting match, isn't it? Tepchai Nu and Ricky Walden, and Tepchai had a good chance in the first, but Ricky Walden won it. He's yet behind again here, 46, but again with a chance. Ah, that was a thin one. It's going to be an open match, this, I think. It's really the only way Tepchai plays.
Well, I've seen him going for already a bit of a crazy double. He's gone for that plant. He's gone for absolutely everything, Tepchai. He's not holding back at all here. But he's just so talented. He's great to watch. But he could pot anything, but he could miss anything as well. He's very, very excited. He's brilliant. Was so naturally talented.
Yeah, you get value for money from Tepchai. As I say, he made that 145, which, you know, has a great chance of obviously remaining high break for the whole tournament. But as you say, he could pot anything, he could miss anything.
Yeah, that's just the way he plays. It's quite incredible.
Had a message here from Frank Norton from a wet and windy Galway in the west of Ireland.
Oh, I know it well.
He says,
know it well.
yeah, he says, best of luck to everybody. Hard luck, Ken, yesterday. There's always next year.
Thanks, Frank.
I've had a question also from Joe Gibney. Does he feel a qualifier playing in the first round proper has an advantage being battle-hardened, having had all the matches, or is it better to come in fresh?
It's a good question, actually. I mean, the fact that you've won, you know, a few matches here. I mean, some of the qualifiers, if they do get through, they might have won 4 matches. Some may have only won 2 or 3. But yeah, I think it's nice to have the matches under your belt. And as you say, that battle-hardened, as it were. And but doesn't know. I mean, they can give some of the top 16 some problems. We've seen, you know, top 16s fall in the first round because of the players have come over the back of some great wins here at the qualifiers. But it works both ways, I suppose.
Mark Riley sent a picture of himself at work watching the snooker. So only half working, Mark, to be fair. But I'm glad you're watching, and he's very much Team Anthony McGill, he says. Yeah, you can contact us. I'm at Dave Hendon. Ken is at Ken Doherty 1997, at Rob Walker TV, or at We Are WST. Well, Ricky Walden, he played a good shot in behind the brown, and now he's looking to try and get back into the frame. The reds are a bit awkward, but it's a chance to ease into the lead, certainly.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle on this black now. He can play a delicate little cannon on those 2 reds. Just bottom left from the black spot. Still hold for the red that's closest to the left corner pocket. You wouldn't say it's a great chance, this, but it's certainly a good chance to eat into that deficit of well, 40 points now.
8.
Oh, Ricky, that's a poor shot. You have to, I mean, those shots, I mean, they look pretty straightforward because they're near the corner pocket, but when they're just off the cushion, when you're playing it with pace, you know, you got to be so accurate with them. You've got to give it everything.
Interestingly, they played 4 times and Walden's won them all, but this is just a different type of match, I think, completely. So those previous meetings may not matter that much, really.
There's another shot, an aggressive shot here. This is very missable as well. Very missable.
This is the thing. I think playing Tepchaya, it's not quite like playing Tony Drago, but in the sense that you could make a mistake and you're almost walking back to your chair, and suddenly he's made one. You've got to be ready to then take the next chance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you could be sitting down, and a frame could be over in like 3 minutes. So you have to deal with a lot of stuff like that. But I think if you're just patient. Oh, my goodness. Well, that's what the qualifiers are all about. That is it right there. And that was in that little minute, that little segment, that's exactly what goes on at these qualifiers and what's been going on over the last week.
We did say it'd be nervy. We weren't lying. So the difference here, of course, Tepchaya's got the nice lead in the frame, so he's got less to do.
Be
6.
well, let's see. I'm just thinking he only needs another 2 reds and colours here.
7.
Might try and knock the red off the top cushion here and still be on the red over the corner. Yeah,
53 in front, so this red should
14.
make it 1 each.
I'll tell you what, the referee has a tough job as well when he's refereeing someone like Tepchaya, because you don't get much time. I mean, his average shot time could be as minimal as 15 seconds a shot
22.
when he's in full flow.
That's why they put Marcel Eckert on. He's the youngest referee.
Yeah. But there you go.
That should be frame to Tepchaya.
22.
Yeah, 1 each. We're going to go to table 2 now. Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones. The Hawk has won the opening frame, but Jack Jones 60 in front here. Still 7 reds on. He's looking to make his debut at the Crucible, so it's a big, big day potentially for him. He's quite hard-working sort himself. He did at one point move to Sheffield, actually, to practice one of the academies. He is a Welshman. Now he's the red in. Oh, it is a great shot. So that should be a frame winner for Jack Jones. He's 52 in the world. He had a real marathon in the last round. He beat Robbie Williams 10-9. And had also beaten Adam Duffy 10-6. So he's played a lot of snooker already in the last week to set up this chance on Judgment Day. Best run in a ranking event semi-finals in Gibraltar last year, but this, of course, is just a much bigger deal to be in that hat on Thursday morning when they make the draw on BBC Radio 5 Live at 8:45. 68 in front, so this red should make it 1 each. He wasn't that clean, but it went in, and he'll take that.
Well, good chance for a big break as well. I don't think he can beat the 145, is it, from Tepchaya? Possible, if this goes in, 76, 67, 143. Be nice to do, make a big break early on, just to settle the nerves of Jack Jones. Notice he's playing without a dicky bow. Maybe he's got a doctor's exemption. That must be pretty new. I haven't noticed that before with him.
77.
It is compulsory to play with a dicky bow, but there are players who find they have some sort of ailment wearing a dicky bow. It gets a bit tight around the neck. They get a rash. There's players like Steve Maguire, who was seen earlier.
84.
Tom Ford is another one. Alex Higgins, of course, was the first, wasn't he? Those were the days, weren't they?
Well, no one would have dared tell him to put it on, that's why. Anyway, Jack Jones here, his highest break in tournament play is 139, so he could actually beat that here. What a chip, not chip on his shoulder, it's the opposite, feather in his cap. That would be, yeah, feather in his cap, that would be, if he could make his highest ever break in the final round of qualifying here. He's got a great chance where the Reds are to do exactly that.
92.
Either way, it should be a century. And we've had a lot in this qualifying section. Joe O'Connor yesterday made the 100th of the qualifying. We've had 105 coming into today. Obviously, the matches are longer, as we were saying, but even so, 105 centuries in 8 days just shows, even though there are a lot of nerves and, you know, some dragged-out frames, there's also a lot of high-quality snooker being played. So this black then for a century for Jack Jones. That's worked out nicely.
Yeah, nice little kiss on that red, wasn't it? Plenty of power on his cue there.
101.
What a match settler this will be for him as well.
Well, Kelly Barker points out that if he were to qualify, it would cause havoc. We've got this Crucible Almanac, incredible publication. Oh, he's missed the black. What a shame. So, well, he's not made his highest break, but he's made 101. Yeah, the Crucible Almanac, there's already Jamie Jones, so there'd be all sorts of things that would have to change there to distinguish between the two of them. I suspect Jack Jones doesn't care about that right now. Anyway, nice century from him. And we're going to go to Graham Dott, the 2006 World Champion. He's lost the first frame to Matt Sell. I don't think there'll be much between these two at the end of the day. If I was a betting man as to which match might finish last, maybe this one, because I think it will be close.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with you at all. Such a wonderful match player, Graham Dott, over the years. Very tenacious. Very articulate.
Just want to acknowledge just a few people have already messaged in. We've got Martin in Bulgaria. Can't wait for the World Championship to start on Saturday. Well, so see all of us, Martin. Jimmy Mole says Watching this on my other monitor at work. Who do you and Ken fancy for the title? I'm going for Sean Murphy myself. He said he was here when you, Ken, beat Hamad Mir the other day. Well, the problem is when you ask someone who do you fancy for the title, you end up naming about 10 names because it is really open because it's been a strange season. Some of the big hitters haven't really fired as of yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the other players, you know, that you wouldn't mention that could possibly win the World Championship have got a chance as well, because there's not, apart from, you know, Sean Murphy, who played really well at the Tour Championship. Mark Allen, who's had his best season so far. I mean, there hasn't been any other standout performances, has there really? From the top 16, the likes of O'Sullivan and Williams, Higgins, Neil Robertson has been sort of missing for a while. So they will all try and rectify that come the World Championship, and I'm sure they'll be ready. But, you know, you can't just switch on confidence. You know, you got to go to the World Championship with confidence. You can't find it there over the longer sessions, of course, and a few good wins in the early rounds can set you up nicely, but you know they'll be going there searching, a lot of the players, which beforehand and seasons gone past they haven't done, you know, so it'll be interesting in that respect.
Dotty was on the walk there, wasn't he? He knew that red wasn't going to find its target, so he's 48 in front. Yeah, I mean, everyone will have their own ideas on who'll be champion. I do feel, though, if the players who've won it before, you know, they've proven that they can win it. If you look at the top 16, there's 8 former champions there, plus 3 players who've been in the final. So there's a lot of sort of course and distance players already who are guaranteed to be there as seeds. Matt Selt getting the balls open there as he needs to, 48 behind. Here's a fat Ken to blow your mind straight at the start of Judgment Day. Okay, here we go. Right, the last World Final that involved 2 players who'd never been in the final before, right?
Okay.
1981.
Was it really?
Steve Davis, Doug Mountjoy. Every final since, there's either been a winner or a runner-up in the final.
Wow, that is a stat. That doesn't bode well for
it shows how hard it is.
Yeah,
it shows how hard it is to break through, because even you look at some players here, you know, they're all good players, but you've got to keep winning long matches against top players.
Yeah.
Even if you get to the final, you've got to then win a best of 35. So it is difficult, obviously. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now then, Matt Selt, having opened the Reds up, now has a chance here.
Yeah, Graham Dott went for that red up into the green pockets, hoping to land the cue ball on the ball cushion for the green. But that little kiss on the yellow has left this red into the corner pocket, and a chance to get back into this frame.
Saw Matt Selt last season reach the final in Turkey. Of course, he has won a ranking event, the Indian Open, back in 2019. 3 Crucible appearances. Last was 2 years ago. Yet to win a match there. And he had that real slog against Peter Lyons, 10-7 in the last round. But he can score heavily. Selt in the Championship League this year. He was in all 7 groups and he made 23 centuries across those 7 groups. And there's a lot of matches, but they're all only short and they're against top players as well. So it's very impressive. She equalled the record that Karen Wilson had set in the same tournament a couple of years ago. Didn't quite finish ideal on this red. He's just left this a little bit awkward. Yeah, it was awkward and he's wobbled it. So it was the positional shot really that cost him there. And of course, having wobbled it, he's left it for Graham Dott, who's already 39 in front here. Graham Dott was saying with typical directness after he beat Andy Hicks in the last round that this is a horrible day. That's how he described it. But of course, if you win, it's one of the best days of the season. But of course, he'd love to get back to the Crucible. Not played there for 4 years, but he's made 20 appearances for many years, of course, as a seed. And he has lifted that famous silver trophy as well. Been in 3 finals as well, 2 other finals, either side of that victory. Lost to O'Sullivan and Neil Robertson.
Yeah, I was watching him in practice yesterday, and he seemed to be suffering with his shoulder pain. I haven't seen anything of it this morning, but just as he was practicing a little bit, I don't know whether he's been suffering with that for a while. But he looked a little bit in agony yesterday. He's such a gritty character, isn't he, Graham Dott? Real fiery on the table. Aggressive in his play, but very, as I said, very tenacious.
Exactly. I mean, he's going to give it everything. And he made an interesting comment. I remember a couple of years ago when he was in the qualifying. He said when he was a seeded player, he was seen by some of the qualifiers as one of the easier draws, but as a qualifier, he's seen by the seeds as one of the toughest draws. And that's actually a good way of looking at it, I think. Because he's got Crucible pedigree. No one can question his pedigree there.
Absolutely. When you look at a lot of the great players that have never actually got the chance to lift the trophy, there, you know, his name is on the trophy, and justifiably so. Backed it up with a couple of finals as well.
So he needs this red. Matt Selt had a good chance, certainly, to get back into the frame, but he just landed awkwardly on that red to the yellow pocket. Now Graham Dott just steadying himself for this one.
Wriggled its way in. He's on the black, and that's the first frame for Graham Dott, and level things up 1-all.
Now this is table 8. This is CJ Wee and Jordan Brown. Jordan Brown won the first frame and is just 2 points in here on the last red in frame 2.
Played that red nicely. Now Brown is slightly in the way for the yellow into its normal pocket. Can he get the cue ball up high enough? He has to get it close to this right middle pocket, but he has to get far enough down the table. Now he has to avoid the brown. He doesn't want to go too far. Oh, he's played that perfect. Wow. Well, that was a wonderful shot. He couldn't have played that any better. Great shot. Oh, well, hold on. Well, he couldn't have played that any worse. Oh, my goodness. What a mistake. What a mistake. He needs a bit of luck here. It's a hit and hoper.
it's such an emotional roller coaster, isn't it? I mean, he's poised to win a frame really well there. Just get on the green. He surely would too, but now he's got to, as you say, get the green safe.
Oh, he's been lucky. Settled for that. But chance missed.
Yeah, and I'm sure CJW were thinking, well, good. He's not won the frame there, even though he's got the green safe.
He'd be delighted to be back at the table.
He's certainly a rising star. I think he got to the quarterfinals of the European Masters this season. And he's had 2 good wins. He beat Florian Nussler, who's a dangerous player from Austria, but then Tom Ford, 10-5. Tom Ford didn't pot a ball the last 4 frames.
Brilliant result for him to beat Tom Ford. He's having a wonderful season, of course, and, you know, excellent. To beat someone of his ilk, that must give him confidence. This is close to going in. Oh. Well, that's the last thing he wanted. It's not going to be easy to hold the cue ball. If he takes this green on, he's got to play it very slowly to hold for the brown, and you've got to trust the table that it doesn't veer off or go over a finger mark. This is a tough shot. What way is he going to play it? Nah, he didn't play it slowly at all. Didn't play it with a lot of confidence. Maybe he was trying to play to kiss the brown on the way back. Well, at least he's got the pot. He's still in control. I don't think he'd be taking this brown on, Dave, though, do you? I think maybe a safety shot might be better.
You never know with these young players whether they will take them on. I mean, sort of an established player, I'm sure, will play safe. He's had a result there. You know, we do have a saying that the balls never forgive you, and sometimes when you miss that chance that you presented yourself with, as Jordan Brown did, he made a terrible error. And this, as early as frame as this in the second frame, it could prove very crucial, you know, for Jordan Brown and indeed for his opponent, CJW. Yeah, because it was such a good pot on the last red from Jordan Brown, but then to lose position, as we saw on the green, it's left this frame in the balance. He's got him in a snooker. Jordan Brown 9 in front here. Well, he's gone around the back of it.
Well, is he going to take this brown on? No. It actually looks like it's pretty close to that middle pocket, which it is, but it's a very tight angle. Jordan Brown doesn't fancy it. He thinks he's going to get a better chance. But anything can happen. When you hit it at this pace, you could hit the brown, you could fluke it, you could fluke a snooker, or you could just get it safe. Oh. These are valuable points. 17 ahead now. No free ball. That'll go back. He's got one more chance. Well, if he missed it this time, he'd be 21 behind, but still 22 left. But he's trying to hit it off 2 cushions. He's not trying to hit the brown full ball. I think he's trying to hit it off the cushion. There you go. Well, now, should Jordan Brown have taken the brown on? Remains to be seen. 17 points ahead. Still 22 remaining.
course, Sijoe won't have played many multi-session matches. Of course, he played 2 in the last week, obviously, to get this far, but this is a sort of different type of snooker to the day in, day out stuff he's used to on tour, where you really do need to make a good start.
That's a good question from Dan Dowson. With the amount of high-quality players coming from Asia, which player do you think will become Asia's first world champion?
Well, I mean, Ding, of course, he's succeeded this year, isn't he? You know,
Yeah.
We haven't seen the last of him by far. He's still capable. We saw him get to the UK final. You know, he's got that quality, that class. But, you know, we could have some new Chinese players there potentially. This year, Si Jiahui's one of them, but Ding would still be my kind of favourite.
Yeah, me too. I'll tell you what, it'd be a terrible shame if someone like Ding didn't win the World Championship, you know. I know he's getting into his late 30s now, is he? So, you know, I wouldn't say time is run now. He's still got a few years. Of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan won it last year at the age of 46. So he's got a few years left, but I would like to think that he's got to do it in the next 2 or 3 years, otherwise it gets an awful lot harder.
Well, we'll let you know how this frame resolves itself. It may take a bit of time, but table 1, they're also on the brown, actually, and Tepchara Nu has made potentially a big mistake. He's left a free ball. Just missed the brown, actually, as in not hit it. So Ricky Walden's potted the black as a free ball and has played a nice shot to get on the brown. Just checking the scores, he needs brown and blue to lead 2-1. So it's a big error that from Tepchara.
You spoke about the slowest match, Graham Dotton and Matt Sell, but I think this is definitely going to be the fastest match.
Yeah.
Even if it goes all the way.
Just show you table 7 here. Chris Wakelin is about to win this frame against Wu Yize, so it'll be 2-0. Wu Yize, another player who's trying to make his debut, the youngest player actually involved today, just 19. But Chris Wakelin full of confidence after the shootout win. He beat Neil Robertson shortly after that, in fact the next week in Germany. Got to the quarterfinals there at the Berlin Tempodrome, the German Masters. Remember, to win the shootout, he made the highest break of the tournament in the final, 119, to take the high break prize as well. So really, everything did come good for him. But this, of course, is the, in terms of the form of snooker, the exact opposite. The long matches, there's no one shouting out in the crowd either. It's all very serious. So he's looking comfortable at the moment, is Chris Wakelin, as he attempts to qualify for the Crucible for a 4th time. Very interesting start. We've seen a bit of everything so far. We've seen a century, we've seen some close frames, some mistakes, some nerve certainly, and some good snooker as well along the way. And we've got plenty more, of course, throughout the course of the next 2 days. Yeah, nice break. That 58 from Chris Wakely. He's not done yet. He's going to take the black on as well. But the break does end at 58. So Chris Wakelin in early control, but of course it is still very early. 2-0. All these matches nicely established. But now we're going to join Ken and Rob in the studio.
Thanks very much, Dave. The first hour is done and dusted. More than enough to whet the appetite, Ken. Good start there by Chris Wakelin and an excellent start for Stephen Maguire as well.
Yeah, very good start from both players. Interesting matches, without a shadow of a doubt. Wu Years had a really good chance in that first frame and missed the red along the top cushion, but Chris Wakelin pounced eventually and got off to a good start and sort of kept the pressure on, using his little bit of experience. Good start from Maguire as well. Fascinating match on table one with Ricky Walden and Tepchoya O'Neill. And Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones as well. Jack Jones made a wonderful century in that second frame, settling him down. Another tough match there. But the toughest match, I think, out there will be Matt Selt against Graham Daw. Two hardened campaigners and shown every bit of it out there.
It's strange, isn't it? Because, of course, we sometimes talk in cliches, but cliches have been around because they're quite useful. You don't win the match in the first few frames, but there is so much at stake. I went to make a quick cup of tea, and you can sense the tension all around the arena. These early little establishments of dominance are so important.
Actually,
it up. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, funny, in a weird sort of way, this match is probably more nerve-wracking than the match going out and playing in the Crucible, because when they played into the Crucible, they probably felt, well, I've got here now, you know, I can relax and enjoy this. But the hardest part is probably to get there. So this match, just before getting to the Crucible, is probably even tougher than actually playing there, you know.
Right, well, you mentioned a tough match between Graham Dott and Matt Selt. We've got some analysis for you here, because you're never short of a word or two. There's a real art form when it comes to going into the Reds, right? Yeah. Is an element of it down to luck?
A slight element. I mean, you could play this perfectly. Look, I mean, okay, he hasn't hit the pink full ball there. So even though he'll be disappointed there with the split. Now here's another shot with Ant McGill. I saw this earlier. You see the pace. Now he's hit the perfect red, but you see the pace on the cue ball. He just didn't sort of commit fully. He could have played that with a little bit more pace and split all the reds there. Here's another shot from Nopon. Once they hit the pink, that's where you're a little bit lucky, because he wasn't playing that. He could have played that with a bit more pace and trying to split all the reds, and that's where you need a little bit of luck. This one from Barry Hawkins, well, he's played it perfectly. He knows he just wants to bring 2 or 3 reds into play there and just still control the cue ball and make sure he's on the black nicely. That is a different type of a split from a player there. Some players like to go in with pace. Other players like Barry Hawkins, he'd like to pick off reds, like to just play that sort of medium pace, take out 2 reds. But what the problem is now is that he's got to go back into the reds and split them again.
But do you know what? From an outsider's point of view, there's something so admirable about just a little nudge on the cluster and 1 or 2 come off, and there's a real art to crafting those type of breaks, isn't there?
Yeah, I love watching breaks like that. I mean, sometimes it's great. You get top side of the blue, you smash into the pink, and all the reds go everywhere, and they're all in open positions. That's perfect. But I like to see players, someone like Ding Junhui or Barry Hawkins, you know, that can knock 1 or 2 reds out at a time, just clip them out. There's a sort of a craft in that in itself. And it's great to watch. Ronnie O'Sullivan does it wonderfully as well as, you know, splitting the reds. But what Ronnie O'Sullivan does that most of the others aspire to do is that when he sees the opportunity to open reds, when he has another red possibly for the chance to pot as well, he will do that. Once he gets the chance, he won't wait until the last red. He sometimes goes in at the very first opportunity when he feels it's the best time that he's going to bring reds out into play.
So when you're coaching youngsters, which you do from time to time, in between still being a great player and being a pundit and a commentator, is it a case of encouraging them to trust their instincts and to go early? Don't do it when you can, not when you have to.
Exactly, yeah. Don't always wait. I always tell the players, even up in the Ding Junhui Academy there, if I'm practicing with them or whatever, that don't always wait till the last red. Because sometimes you play the last red to colour, when there's no more reds out in play, you don't get the right angle on that colour to make the necessary split on the red. So when you have the opportunity early on in the break, even if you have reds out in play, go into the pack when the opportunity is there, because that's probably the best time, because you know that even if you don't get a good split on the reds, you will still have open reds as insurance that you will be on. So it's it's an art of break building. And I always say, go back to, we used to watch Stephen Hendry break build, or now all the lads will be watching Ronnie O'Sullivan break build, Judd Trump, Neil Robertson, all the great break builders, and there's so many of them in the top 16 that when they have the opportunity to break the balls, they do it on the first instinct.
Great insight and analysis there from the 1997 champion of the world. You are watching Judgment Day Part 1. Here's a clarification on all the scores as they stand at the moment. Here they come. Ricky Walden 2-1 up now against Tepchaya Unnu. Tepchaya, such a fast, talented player. Nopon Siankam, Zhang Anda, 1 apiece. Barry Hawkins, 1 apiece with Jack Jones. What a great recovery by Jack Jones after going behind to Barry. Stephen Maguire has started really well in that match against Fang Zhenxi. Anthony McGill 2-0 down against Cao Yu Peng. Chris Wakeling 2 up against Wu Yize. Ken has mentioned Wu Yize, a fantastically talented teenager, but Wakeling is 3 from 3 when it comes to Judgment Day. Matches Selton Dot 1 apiece. Jordan Brown has taken the first 2. The Antrim Ferrari, they call him. Well, he's got his engine revving in the early stages. As has our commentator extraordinaire. Dave, it's not quite time for the ham and cheese sandwich just yet. Back over to you. Judgment Day Part 1 is bubbling up beautifully, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is, yeah, and we're only just getting going. Yeah, I've got that Panini penciled in for about an hour's time, so I'm looking forward to that. But in the meantime, this is Table 6, and Stephen Maguire, of course, one of the big favourites, I think, today to qualify with his great record in the game. Twice semi-finals at the Crucible. He's 2-0 up, looking to go 3-0 against Fang Zhenyi. They never played each other before, and of course Fan is looking to qualify for the first time. So Maguire looking to use his experience early on here. He did have a pretty comfortable win in the end over Alfie Burden, 10-4 in the previous round. Remember, there's 4 rounds in total, as we were saying, all best of 19 again this year. So if you come through from round 1, that's 40 frames you've got to win to qualify. Oh, just as he was going well, he misses that one. 46 the lead. The red's not ideally placed for Fan, but he's still delighted, I'm sure, to come back to the table. Thanks for your messages, which continue to come in. Randall Morrison has said he lives in Canada. He set his alarm at 4 a.m. so that he doesn't miss his annual pilgrimage to Shredsville. He says he's cheering on Graham Dott. Unfortunately, he's got to work later at the hospital. Well, full respect to you, Randall, for getting up early and the work you'll be doing later. Good to have you with us right now. Well, he's brought that red into play, and that's one developed. He's obviously got to deal with 3 others that are awkward, but there's a chance he shouldn't have got, really. Maguire was looking good. Just to say, that frame we were watching on table 8, Jordan Brown won it. He went to the Brown. There was a long battle on it, but he did win it, so he's 2-0 up on C. Joey. I just tried to bring that red out, but didn't quite do so. So this frame still with a little bit to go. So we'll be back, of course, across all these tables in due course. And, of course, this evening we'll have interviews with the winners of the matches as well as they come off, all delighted. But we're going to go to table 1. This is a really interesting one today. Ricky Walden 2-1 up now against Tepchaya Unnu, so this is certainly progressing at a fair old lick, and he's 28 in front here in frame 4.
Yeah, nice opportunity as well, isn't it? Look at the way the reds are. Now, this is what I was talking about in the, he's got a nice opportunity here. He could screw into the 4 reds just above the black, but he probably won't. He'll probably play on the loose red. Well, there you go. And that's what I'm talking about, going into reds, David, with, about splitting the packs. But there was the opportunity. I didn't think he would there, but it was the opportunity, and it was the right shot. And what it did was it opened those 4 reds into play. So he's got lots of options now. Sometimes when you're a little bit nervous out there, you know what the right shot is, but you're sort of a little bit afraid to play it in case it goes wrong. Yeah, sometimes when you don't have the confidence, you sometimes fear the worst, even when you do go into the pack. But you played that shot beautifully, and it's set him up now to win the frame from this visit and go into the interval 3-1 up, Ricky Walden.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been an aggressive player, Ricky Walden. That's his game. He's got a very imposing style, hasn't he? He's a tall guy anyway, but around the table, you know, he really makes it tough and creates a certain environment where, you know, you've got to handle him. He had his health problems. You mentioned Graham Dott with his shoulder. Of course, Ricky had those sort of problems as well. Thankfully, they do seem to be in the background now, but he had a terrible time of it. Actually went down the rankings, obviously, as a result.
Yeah, terrible back problems, hadn't he? We'd see him sometimes at tournaments be lying on the floor with his back, but he had to get a lot of treatment on it. But speaking to him recently, he said no, he's free of pain and
52.
his back is good. It's good news.
Played 8 times at the Crucible, but not since 2021. And if you drop out the top 16, of course, Ricky was once as high as 6, but if you drop out, you can never guarantee when your next appearance will be
67.
at the Crucible. Obviously, he's only the top 16 seeded.
Oh, here's a little question for you, Dave, from Ben. Morning, guys. Really looking forward to the Judgment Day coverage over the next 2 days. Wondering if you know which player has qualified the most times for the Crucible without ever being seeded.
I like Ben because he's gone hard early there, hasn't he? That's not an easy one, is it?
No.
Well, so they've never been seeded. I mean, off the top of my head, Dean O'Kane springs to mind. I can't swear that's the answer, but Dean played there at least 6 or 7 times, was never seeded. I'll try and find out. It must be in the almanac somewhere. The problem is there's 300 odd pages.
Yeah.
I'll try and delve that out for you, Ben.
Well, someone that comes to mind would probably be Ryan Day, I would say. Someone like that who has played at the Crucible a lot of times, but hasn't been a sort of perennial sort of top 16 player.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether Ben means if he's never been seeded, because Ryan has been a top 16 player. So if it's someone who's never been in the top 16, I guess is what he means.
Yeah, or who's had to qualify but hasn't been already seeded at the Crucible, hasn't been in the top 16, so he's had to qualify numerous times, even if he's been in the top 16 but fallen out. Or
well, the record actually is held by Mark Davis, most qualifications. And
Yeah.
of course, he's up tomorrow, so he could extend that record.
how many times?
11 times.
Wow.
So that bodes well. He's playing Joe Perry tomorrow. Meantime, Ricky Walden about to make a century here, so this is going to take him to the interval, not only 3-1 up, but feeling really good as well.
So he might be the answer, is it, Mark? I don't think he was ever in the top 16, was he?
He was once, yeah.
Oh,
was
okay.
1 year.
All right, okay. Good break from Ricky Walden.
Yeah, career century 345. So, you know, it's big hitting this. It's 18th of the season. That last frame was actually quite big because, as I say, they're on the brown and Tepchaya failed to hit the brown, left a free ball. Ricky Walden has just sort of gone on from that.
There's an interesting scoreline, isn't it? Cazoo Peng 2-0 up
112.
against Anthony McGill. Tough out player, Cazoo Peng.
Yeah. 170.
This is good stuff from Ricky Walden.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's anticipating an open game today, but you've still got to obviously take the chances. He's done that in this frame. Pink wriggles in, so can he pop the black for a 130? There's the answer. In it goes. So 130 from Ricky Walden. He goes to the interval leading 3-1. Now, I think we can show you something that happened
12:40, please.
earlier on in this match. Here we go. Just watch the black. This was frame 3.
Foul.
Now, if that black had gone across the rail and into the opposite corner, that would have been a legal shot, but it didn't. It came off altogether.
Yeah, it's not. It's only a foul if it leaves the table, not the bed of the table, as most people think. Because, as you said, if it could leave the bed, run along the top, run around the rail, and go into the pocket. We've seen that a few times over the years, haven't we?
Well, this was the match you were talking about, Ken, with the Chai Ping 2-0 up and in front in the next as well against McGill.
Good shot from McGill there. He's covered the red with the blue. The yellow slightly in the way. He may have it just quarter ball of the red left of the pink, but wow, such a small gap between brown and yellow. He could knock the pink in as well. You have to be fearful of that into the green pocket. Nice. Oh, wow. Is he going to leave a free ball? Yeah, he was trying to go. Well, I'm not quite sure what he was doing. Trying to maybe come off top cushion. No free ball. So that'll be replaced. And this is a difficult one for the referee. Just make sure he gets this right, because there's a very small gap between brown and blue to come off the ball cushion. Try and hit this red.
Well, I have the answer to that question. I say I have it. It's actually been sent to me by Phil Haig, who writes on snooker for the Metro. And the answer is Dominic Dale. Dominic's played there 9 times, never been seeded. So most appearances having not been seeded, Dominic Dale, who have got lost in the last round to Jordan Brown here this year. How could I forget Dominic?
Good man, Dominic. Fionn Lynch says, do you know, David, what is the shortest frame in the history of the World Championship? I presume that's at Sheffield, maybe.
Well, either way, we're not going to see it today, whatever it is. The shortest frame. Well, I mean, there's been frames that have been resolved on the 3 Mistral. So
yeah,
I guess, you know, I mean, there was one, I think, Chris Small maybe lost one anyway.
I lost one at the World Championship, yeah, to Darren Morgan on the Mistral.
No, sorry, Chris Small conceded a match early. But yeah, again, it'll be in the almanac somewhere, so I'll do my best to find it for you. We had the longest frame last year, didn't we? Yambing Town, Mark Selby. 85 minutes or thereabouts.
Chance for Anthony McGill. I think we might see. I mean, if there was going to be a very short frame, it would definitely be in between that Tapchai Unu and Ricky Walden. I mean, he could make a century in under 3 minutes, a bit like Tony Drago could do back in the 80s. Well, good pot from McGill, but didn't get it into the middle of the pocket, the red. Actually, maybe more prudent to play a good safety shot here, because where the red is next to the pink, he plays off the black and puts the cue ball somewhere near this right corner pocket. It's going to be very, very difficult to get close to that red and hit it and get it safe.
Sorry, Ken, I was going to say he practices with Higgins, doesn't he, and Maguire. So this in this sort of environment, you know, you would back him really.
Yeah, wealth of experience playing those two, of course, every day. But that wasn't a great shot. I mean, he may need that blue. And the fact that he's put it almost on the cushion there is certainly not going to help his cause. So, not a great shot at all. I don't know why he's hit this very slow, because he could be in even more trouble now. If he had hit that a lot harder, he might have got that red down the table, but now he's going to be banging trouble. It wouldn't be a bad idea now to knock the blue away from that middle pocket and get the cue ball tight behind the pink here. He needs that blue out in the open. No. Very strange shot, I think. I don't know why I mean, the blue may be potable, but I mean, if he needs blue and pink, how is he going to get to the pink from the blue?
Yeah, I mean, to pot that blue, you've got to be so precise, haven't you, with position?
Well, I thought it was a good opportunity there, just to knock the red onto the blue. That will be going back.
Yeah, word for the referees, of course, it's been a long week for these guys. Dave Ford is on this one now. He actually refereed the longest ever frame in snooker history, full stop. That was Fergal, O'Brien and Dave Gilbert a few years ago in this very round, the decider, just over 2 hours.
That was a belter, wasn't it? I think they were over an hour on the yellow.
Yeah.
Good old Fergal. Fearless. I know he did a bit of commentary recently with you. How was he?
Yeah, well, you know what Fergal's like. He just loves it, doesn't he? That's the thing. He's got such enthusiasm as Chow escapes that time. So, and such a wealth of knowledge of the sport. Just absolutely loves it. So it's always a delight to listen to him.
Yeah. He certainly does. Loves the game. Loves the practice. Very meticulous in everything he does, even if it is about commentary as well, I'm sure. I'm sure he would have had his compendium of notes. So very important frame this. More important for McGill than it is for Chow Yu-Peng. Once again, needs a little bit of luck here, trying to come off the cushion. Hit the red, sort of quarter ball as opposed to full ball here. Trying to chip it off 2 cushions behind the black and get that cue ball back up into the ball. It's a very expansive shot, this.
You can see there Zhang Anda just about to win frame 4 against Noppen Senkam. And he's on a break there, so...
Have a look at this shot, Dave. What a shot this is. This is a shot of the morning so far. Great shot. Very well played.
Yeah, it's all happening. Zhang's made the century. And suddenly it's McGill on the back foot here. He seemed to be in control. Zhang Anda, he actually made 3 centuries in the last round. He beat Zhao Gudong 10-5. And one of those was his 100th of his career. So he's scoring heavily this week.
Yeah, and he was 5-2 down, wasn't he? He ended up winning 10-5, 8 frames in a row. Incredible scoring.
This frame still with a little way to run yet, I would suggest. So I think we can just show you now Zhang completing this century break. As I say, he's been making the breaks in the qualifying. And this is to take a 3-1 lead. Noppen Senkam has had a good season. He's been in a couple of semi-finals and he's been twice in the second round at the Crucible, but he's going to be behind at the first interval to someone scoring heavily. Yeah, lovely stuff from Zhang Anda, 127. That was a total clearance, I think, and it's got him into the lead at 3-1. We can go back to Graham Dott, Matt Selt, because this is the situation. Dott was in front, well, he is in front, 59-0. Broke down, but back at the table here, there's still 6 reds on, so 75 points still on the table. 2-1 to Selt in the match. Good chance for Graham Dott to level up. Been a disappointing season really for Graham Dott. He's actually 40th in the world ranking, so he has fallen back a little bit. Just won last 16 at the British Open. Ooh, and he's missed that one. Wow, just needed to to pop the black, get on this red, which he did, but the black didn't go in.
Wow. 60 points behind. That black doesn't help Matt Selt, but I'd be delighted to be back at the table with a chance. Try and get on the blue here. And then try and get into the bunch of reds around that pink area. He needs to get to free up the pink here. Just coming down and see there's the bottom red of the tree around the pink. Does that one pot into this bottom right corner pocket? Not quite sure it does. A little bit fortunate there, Graham, that the black has gone safe. If the black had gone over the right centre pocket, then it would have been a really good chance. So bottom red must pot. But the problem is
6.
4 reds. Well, he needs like high value colours. Another 4 reds and blues will not be enough.
7.
Just while he looks at this, I want to say hello to David, who's watching in Australia. He says there's a lot of rhetoric about the best player not to win the World Championship. Who's the best player never to win a match at the Crucible? Well, actually, there's one of the seeds this year, Luca Brissell, has played there 5 times, never won a match there. So he's got to be in that conversation. Not a conversation you want to be in, obviously.
No, not at all. But yeah, and he's a quality player as well. Yeah, tried to bring the black into play, but unfortunately for Matt Selt, not good on the red. So safety shot instead.
The record for failing to win a match at the Crucible, Rex Williams and Cliff Wilson each played there 8 times without winning a match.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to ask a trivia question, actually. This is a good one. Don't answer, Ken, if you know.
Okay.
If you know. There haven't been that many black ball deciders at the Crucible, actually. Not as many as people think. Who's the only player to have won one and lost one? So who's the only player to have won a black ball decider and lost one? I'll give you a clue. It was in consecutive years. He won one, and then the next year he lost one. Meanwhile, Graham Dott has potted that, and they're trooping off for the interval. So 2-2. I think we all expected that match to be close, and that is what is panning out right now. So they'll be back in 15 minutes, but of course we do not stop. We're going to table 8. This is young Si Jawi up against Jordan Brown. 2-0 down with a good chance to win his first frame. He's 20, will be 27 in front with the black, so he needs the red as well. Black goes in. Yeah, that question, by the way, obviously would help if I could tell you where to send the answer. Do tweet us. I'm at Dave Hendon, at Ken Doherty 1997, at Rob Walker TV, or at We Are WST. We'll do our best to getting a lot of messages in, but we'll do our best to mention as many as we can. There's no prize, by the way, just bragging rights.
I don't know the answer, but I'm going to have a guess.
Go on then.
Is it Dennis Taylor?
No, I mean I can see why you would say that, because we know one he won.
yeah.
7.
Got a tweet from Patricia in Connecticut, actually, coming to the Crucible for the semis. Brilliant. And that's the thing, you know, we talk about players looking to reach the Crucible. So many snooker fans around the world see it as a place they want to go to, and there'll be people going there for the first time. Do let us know if you are coming along this year.
Yeah. You know, when you see so many people over the course of the 17 days of the Crucible, and they're from, you know, Australia, Canada, South America, people come from all over Asia, of course. Amazing. It's like a pilgrimage, isn't it?
Totally, yeah.
41.
Yeah, it really is, and it's just great to see. A lot of people meet up every year. They see their friends there every year. See, Jarwee's got his first frame. He's looking to make his debut as a player, of course. 2-1 it is to Jordan Brown. Now, we were watching that long battle with McGill and Chow Yu-peng earlier on, and that frame continues. They're on the yellow now, on table 3. Here we go, and you can see that Chow Yu-peng is 15 points in front.
Yeah, and that 15 points means that should Anthony McGill get a chance, he will need the black. It's in a safe enough position. So it gives a little bit of less pressure to Chow Yu-peng.
Well,
going to get that cue ball over behind the black. Good attempt. Very good attempt. Ooh.
yeah, McGill was in control of this frame, or so it seemed, but it's now firmly in the balance. An easy question to answer here. What's the latest ever finish at the Crucible? 3:51 a.m. Notoriously, Thorburn and Griffiths back in, 40 years ago now. Thank you, Steve-O, for that. Yeah, the latest ever finish, 3:51. Clive Everton, our great colleague, he stayed to the end, as he would, of course.
Yeah.
And he said it's the only time he's ever seen the sunrise over Sheffield as he was walking back to the hotel.
Wow. 3:50 in the morning. I know Clive Everton stayed there, but did any of the crowd stay there? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, he said there were about 50 people.
Okay.
How many were awake, we don't know. Yeah, there's no footage of that. The cameraman, understandably, didn't want to work through the night, so there's no footage, so you had to be there to see it.
They went on overtime.
That's the match, of course, in the first session where Cliff made his maximum.
Yeah. Did that go right to the wire? 13-12?
Yep.
Wow. Cliff, I presume, won, did he?
Cliff won, yeah. He got to the final in the end as Chow Yu-peng pots the yellow.
Try and nestle the cue ball right in behind the blue here. Oh, well. Would you believe it? Didn't think there was enough room for the cue ball to go by the blue.
It's quite a misjudgment, actually, isn't it? I mean, he would have been really in control of things there, already 17 in front. Had a few wrong answers. It's not Nigel Bond, that deciders. Mark Selby, someone's guessed. No, it's not Cliff Thorburn. So a couple of people have got it right, but I'll wait a few minutes to give the answer.
Steve Davis?
No. Steve Davis has lost 2.
Yeah.
Black balls, obviously Dennis and Joe Perry.
Yeah. Give us a clue. Give us the year.
Well, there's the 2 years he won one. It was 96. It was a very. If I tell you how it finished, you'll remember it instantly, that match. And then that's the one he won, and he lost in 97. That was his last ever appearance. So he's a very well-known name of the 80s. His last appearance was in 97. He lost 10-9 on the black.
Willie?
Not Willie. Oh, now we nearly had that again. And if that had gone in the middle, that would have been a legal shot.
Oh, he's left it though.
Yeah, so Green and Brown needed for a 3-0 lead. McGill heavily fancied, I know, by a lot of people to qualify, but in some early trouble here. I'll give you the answer, Ken. I know you won't speak till I tell you. It was Terry Griffiths. you remember the match with Jamie Burnett? Jamie Burnett just needed the brown to beat him. He screwed in the middle.
Yeah.
Terry cleared up, and then the year later, Mark Williams beat him 10-9, and Terry retired.
That's right, yeah.
So we did have quite a few people get that right. Congratulations. There'll be more of this as the day continues. Martin is watching in Slovakia. Hello to you, Martin. Well, McGill's going to play on here. He's 24 behind, so 2 snookers required. He could, I suppose you could pop the blue, play for 1 to tie on the pink and black.
I think that's what I'd do. Well, you've got a good chance to get the cue ball up behind the pink here, but pot the blue. Oh, he's missing everything at the moment, McGill. He looks under. Yeah, he's not happy at all.
Well, he was in control of this frame, or so it seemed, but Chang Peng sort of wrestled it back, and he's making things very difficult. 3-0 it is to Chow, and this was the shot that Ken liked earlier on. This is where the frame turned, actually.
That was just a wonderful shot. As I was saying, he's coming off the side cushion. He's got to clip the red quarter ball, knowing that the cue ball is going to come off like 4 cushions down behind the colours, and it was a wonderfully executed shot.
We're back with table 6. This is Steve Maguire, 3-0 up against Fan Zhengyi, but Fan with a chance if he pots this. He's 52 in front already. Well, he did pot it, but didn't finish good.
Well, here's a scenario. What do you do here? Do you take the black on into the right centre? You've got a 53-point lead. If you miss it, you could hand your opponent a really good chance to clear up and win the frame. Looks like you might not take it on and play a good safety shot. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Too risky to take the black on, maybe. He's taking on the blue. He's got to be careful. He's got to hide that red that's over the left middle. But all the balls are in open play, and if Steve Maguire can somehow manage to knock a long red in here, he'll definitely take a red on. It's definitely worth a gamble. Oh, what a shot. That is atypical Stephen Maguire pot. What a great shot that was. There's plenty of value of taking that red on. And now the great chance to try and win the frame. And what a frame it would be just before the mid-session interval. Have a look at this for a pot again. I mean, this is like a 1 in 10 type of shot. This very difficult. Great shot.
And as you say, 4-0, interval to come. Great lead and a lot for Fan to think about because he was in front in the frame. So Maguire looking to make the clearance now.
Yeah, got a tweet from Patricia Cazoo. I hope I pronounced that right. Patricia, watching from Connecticut and coming to the Crucible for the semi-finals. Very excited she is. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, Mark Lindsay is heading over from Northern Ireland for the final session of each semi and the middle 2 sessions of the final. And he's backing, of course, Mark Allen, who talk about first-time winners. He's obviously in with a shout this year, more than a shout.
This could be a crucial clearance here for Stephen Maguire. You know how important it is to steal frames like this, even in the best of 19. We always say you never settle down until you win that first frame. And it's a very true saying. And Stephen Maguire will know that too well. Trying to keep the pressure on his opponent, his young opponent.
27.
It's all about composure and temperament.
28.
Nice angle on the pink. Just before the middle pocket with the cue ball. A little bit of left-hand side. Perfect. Now, he's just got to be careful here. He's got to get away from the blue. He doesn't want that blue in his way. He's got to hit it hard enough off this left-hand side cushion. We saw Jordan Brown earlier when he was on the yellow and ended up snookering himself on the green with the brown. So that's what he's just a little bit worried about here. Just putting that extra bit of concentration into this yellow. He's got to maybe come off the cushion, just go wide of the blue. That's it. He's
36.
perfect. The key shot is obviously from brown to blue. He's got to get nicely on the brown here. Doesn't want to be straight. Leave himself a nice angle.
30.
He did get straight on the brown,
43.
but he's managed to play that very well. He couldn't get close to the pink, so this pink, you would feel if it goes in, he'd be on the black. There's pressure on it. Yeah, there was pressure on it.
Yeah, and the fist has come down,
Yeah.
really annoyed.
And that was the problem, you know, when he was on that green there, David. The problem was anything but straight on that brown. A little bit of an angle either way. And he could have got closer to the blue, which meant he would have got closer to the pink. I wouldn't say he's gifted a chance, but he may take this pot on, Fan, Zhengzhi.
Just needs the pink. And Maguire will not enjoy the interval, even though he'd be 3-1 up.
Yeah. Where's it going to finish? It's okay. It's not too bad. We'll settle for that. Okay, he's got a good cue ball, but he didn't get the pink tight to this top cushion. Certainly not an easy shot, this. You feel maybe he's got to take it on. Pink just required. I think this pink should be maybe into the bottom of the middle of the ball cushion here, tight. He's played that well. simple shot, but it's effective. Is he playing the double? He's playing the double. What a crazy shot. Has he got away with it? He has.
Yeah, he's quite an emotional player, I think it's fair to say. Maguire, we saw him sort of, I say punch the table, but his fist came down earlier. He couldn't help himself.
Oh, where's that's just a ridiculous pot into the yellow pocket. Wow, that was tight to the ball cushion. What a shot he's taken on there. Wow, black for 4-0, and what a steal it would be for Steve Maguire going into the interval. It's not a gimme. Oh, well played, Steve Maguire.
He was just refusing to leave the table without the frame, wasn't he? One way or another, he's going to win that frame, and he'll be happy now. He leads 4-0, a lot for Fan to do. Now, Anthony McGill was 3-0 down, but we're joining it here. This is a break. He's on a 92 break, so it looks like he's going to make a century. And that's a good attitude from him. You know, it was a long frame that he lost control of, actually. But it's a long match. You've got to recover, and he has done. And it looks like he's about to make this century to get his first frame on the board. That's well done to Anthony McGill. Nice little round of applause from the audience. And as I say, there's a long way to go. You know, 3-1, okay, he'd rather be in front, but he can still, of course, be in front at the end of the session. That'll be his aim. This is one way to pop the yellow. Well, bit of work needed, Anthony, on that one. But anyway, a century from him. And they go to the interval with Chow leading 3-1. Now we're back with Noppen Senkarm and Zhang Anda, with Senkarm 3-1 down here, but in front. Zhang's had a century as well here. Noppen Senkarm at that World Grand Prix in January, he beat Mark Selby, Ronnie O'Sullivan and Mark Williams.
Yeah, it was quite incredible, wasn't it? Eventually lost to Mark Allen, didn't he, in the semi-final, but what a run he had. Such a lovely guy as well. Wonderful player, practices very diligently up there. Resident here in Sheffield, plays in Ding Junhui's academy, as I mentioned earlier. And yeah, just a lovely, humble guy, isn't he? Always smiling.
Oh, totally, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Very friendly, and just always nice to see him around a venue, actually. Had a couple of people who actually live in Sheffield will be going along to the Crucible this year. Obviously, the Crucible is a theatre the rest of the year, but it becomes a sporting mecca this time of year.
Dan from the mountains of Valencia is tuning in at the moment in Spain, and he says, I'm not sure about Rob's trainers or waistcoat look. Yeah, a bit dodgy. Bit of a faux pas there with the fashion this morning, Rob. Sorry about that. Can't wear trainers and a waistcoat.
Well, I know we don't have a wardrobe budget, unfortunately. So nothing can be done about that.
Don't know whether Robert ever did he? Sorry, Rob. Sorry, Rob. He knows I'm only joking. I hope you're enjoying it, Dan, all the way from Valencia.
Well, this frame still with a bit to go, but we can maybe drop in on the Hawk, because Barry Hawkins, of course, is marred in qualifying for the first time since 2012. He's up against this man, Jack Jones. And it's 2-2 here. This is a good game. Jack Jones in front by 38 in frame 5. So Jack Jones looking to take the lead here. Of course, he would be a debutant if he were to make it. Just left this black a little awkward. Red's all available, and of course they'll be available for the Hawk if he were to break down here. He may not even take the black on, although it's a chance to win the frame. Just while he looks at this, I'll run down the latest scores, because people are joining us all the time. Ricky Walden's 3-1 up to Tepchar and Nu. This, of course, is 2-2, as we know. 3-1 Chow Yupeng over McGill. 2-2 Dot and Selt. 3-1 Zhang Anda over Noppen Sengon. 4-0 Maguire over Fang Zhengyi. 3-1 Chris Wakelin over Wu Yize. 2-1 Jordan Brown over Si Jiao Wei. Ken Doherty's turned into Rob Walker. Hello, Rob.
Hello, Dave. I'm still getting my head around Dan Catt's criticism of the wardrobe. Maybe I should run back to the hotel and dust down the three-piece suit. Just thought I'd go for something a little bit different, Dan. But of course, different leaves you open to criticism. Do you know what? We always love Judgment Day, Part 1 or Part 2. It's just such a sense of excitement and anticipation of the main course to come, just a couple of miles away at the Crucible. But there's a huge amount of snooker left to be played before we find out who the 16 names will be to join the top seeds in the draw, which will be just before 9 o'clock on Thursday morning on 5 Live for the first time in a while.
Meanwhile, Jack Jones, he potted the black, he potted the tough red, but he's finished in no man's land here. So this he's getting harder to keep going, and he's not quite over the line yet. 47 in front with 59 on. Yeah, it's very exciting. Obviously the top 16 already in the draw. The 16 qualifiers waiting to put their names, find out who they would play. You were at the Crucible yesterday, Rob. It's all decked out in all the colours, isn't it? Ready for the off?
Yep, they're dressing the set accordingly. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes in the lead-up in the last week, last 10 days. I mean, it just coming up to Sheffield, it's a bit like, I don't know, going back to a place you used to go with your family when you were young on holiday that you've got really good memories from. You just, year upon year, you have more good experiences, and it's just great people. And it's brilliant to be somewhere where you get a sense that the people who live there are proud to have the event. And that's one of the reasons why, in my opinion, we should never leave Sheffield, because you do get a tangible sense of excitement from the locals. They're happy to see us.
Yeah, and it's a good point you make about the sort of the link with family, and we all remember going back, people we've watched the snooker with and people maybe we miss. And actually we've had a message from Kate O'Neill, who said that she's actually watching from Sheffield, just a few miles from the IS. Been going to the Crucible since I was 8. This is the first year I'll be going without my dad, who died last May. It'll be bittersweet, I'm sure, but I'm still massively looking forward to the 6 sessions I've got booked. So, well, I hope you enjoy that, Kate. Obviously, you know, it's sad that you can't go with your dad, but as I say, the sort of continuity of the Crucible creates that link, you know, and we do think about people who, I mean, I used to watch snooker with my nan. She was a massive Steve Davis fan because he was so well behaved. She didn't like Alex Higgins and those sort of people. Big Steve Davis fan, you know. Obviously she's no longer with us, but you remember these people at this time of year.
Well, and the other element of nostalgia that helps is that we're not talking about cricketers, footballers, rugby players, athletes. You know, the class of 92 are still going 30 plus years on, so it's quite conceivable that someone could have gone to watch, for instance, Mark Williams with a grandfather in the mid 90s, and now becoming coming with the sun. You know, the players transcend generations because those at the very top can have careers that last over 3 decades, and I think that helps as well when you've gone to the same venue to watch the same player but with different successive generations of your family. That would be hard to replicate in any other sport.
Okay, we're going to, I think this frame, Jack Jones has a chance, but we're going to go to table 1 shortly because that frame is coming to a conclusion. Ricky Walden, it certainly is. Ricky Walden 7 in front on the black, so he's just potted the pink. He's 3-1 up. This could be a big moment in this match. If he doesn't pot this, though, it could go to a respot. In it goes, though. So, as I say, that's a big moment for Ricky Walden, who's looked confident today. 4-1. And we just wanted to bring you that, but we're going to go back to the Hawkins match because it's still in the balance. This Jack Jones has not killed it off yet, and suddenly Barry Hawkins does have a chance here. I think, Robert, knowing Barry, he will take having to qualify on the chin. He's that sort of character, isn't he? He's not going to sort of get carried away. He's had to come here, so he's come here. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think Barry's view is quite no nonsense. I think he's always been self-deprecating, almost to the point of not giving himself credit when due. I mean, he is a 3-time ranking event winner. He's won the World Grand Prix, although it was a few years ago, 2017. First title came in Australia. I think he won the PTC Grand Final a couple of years after that as well. Those titles coming in 12 and 14. But he's very honest. He said, well, the rankings don't lie. If I've got to qualify, I've got to go through the mill. What I like about Barry's record, Dave, is how many successive years he kept going to the Crucible, unable to pick up a first-round win. And then he had that irresistible sequence of years where I think he made at least the semis in 4 years out of 5, having previously not been able to buy a victory. And when you talk to Ronnie about his great performances, a lot of people, of course, so fondly remember his back-to-back titles in 12 and 13. And he said himself, if it had been anyone other than me in the other chair, Barry would have won that world title. He was playing so well en route to the final 10 years ago. Hard to believe that was a decade ago. Again, the years just seem to evaporate.
Yeah, I mean, from that year, 2013 to 2018, he was in the final, 4 semi-finals and a quarter-final. So, you know, he was a crucible man. He struggled a little bit because last year lost to Jackson Page in the first round, and that obviously had a knock-on effect for his ranking. He didn't get any ranking points at all for that. So, in the end, that's played a part in him having to come here.
And I know we worked together on the ITV events. Didn't he have a big, either last season or in one of the last 2 seasons, he had a big lead over O'Sullivan in the Tour Championship semi-final, and suddenly your prize money jumps from 40 to 60, and he couldn't get over the line in that match and should have closed it out. So it's funny, isn't it, how a lot can change on the balance of one result if it starts to sow a little seed of temporary doubt.
Yeah, it's quite brutal the way, because it's a 2-year rolling system, so those points just suddenly come off. That's like 40,000 points just stripped away overnight, basically, and obviously that's going to affect your ranking. Barry's 20th right now, but anyway, if he qualifies, you're not going to want to play him, clearly. He's trying to get back into this frame. He'll be 29 behind if he pots this blue. Jack Jones had a lot of chances, it's got to be said, in this frame. We've got 4 matches at the interval, by the way, so at the moment there's 4 tables with snooker happening.
Important for McGill to have got one on the board. Having a tough time against Cao Yupeng. Just about got a toe in it at 3-1.
That wasn't easy. He was unlikely to leave the red, and he hasn't, but the frame continues.
And how well is Stephen Maguire playing, by the way? So aggressive. Very, very average season by his own high standards, but 4-0. He'll be very happy with that at the mid-session break.
So this frame, Jack Jones still hasn't got over the line. And Barry Hawkins, well, he's tried to double that with the lead he's got, thinking he'd be on the black. Barry Hawkins, of course, came through the last round against David Lilly, and we had a word with him afterwards. We can show you what he had to say.
A game that you've not been involved in for quite a while. What are you anticipating for that round and that match?
It's just going to be another tough game. You know, it's just another day, another tough match. I'll just be trying to concentrate on finding some form, concentrate on what I'm doing really, and you know, improve on the performance today. I mean, it can't, as I say, it couldn't get any worse. So I couldn't play any worse. So yeah, you know, it can only get better from here really.
How much of a disappointment would it be if you weren't to try and kind of get over the line and get to the Crucible, having been there for so long and done so well in recent years? Yeah, I'll be really disappointed. You know, everybody wants to finish their season off at the Crucible, but yeah, it's all well and good qualifying, but you want to go there and do well as well. You know, just winning one game here and getting bashed up at the Crucible first round is not what people really want. But obviously, you know, I want to be part of it.
Well, fairly understated there by Barry. Doesn't want to go to the Crucible and make up the numbers, but as you've said, Dave, if he were to come through this match, he would be an unwelcome opponent for anybody in the last 32. And you know, you can see why these guys who come through qualifying, especially if they end up playing 2 matches, 3 matches, occasionally 4. They're pin sharp by the time they get to the Crucible. Plus, they know that 20,000 is guaranteed to count towards their season rankings on the 2-year list as well. So, in some ways, those who make it through this cauldron, they arrive playing well, with a little bit of money guaranteed to be in the bank and on their rankings. They've almost got nothing to lose.
Absolutely, yeah. It's. They're dangerous, aren't they? That's the bottom line, because they're coming in full of beans, you know, happy to be there. As you say, the financial guarantee. And also, some of the top players have not played for a while. You know, some of these seeds, the players like Ronnie O'Sullivan wasn't in the Tour Championship. Judd Trump wasn't there. Neil Robertson wasn't there. So, we've not seen those guys for a while. Meanwhile, Jack Jones, you saw that sort of look of angst because he's left another chance. And this is a frame I think he will feel he should win. And he hasn't won it yet. And if Hawkins can knock this red in and get on a colour, he might not win it. So in a very interesting moment in this match, it's only because it's 2-2, so it's only been 1 frame in it. But as I say, you just saw from the reaction from Jones when he left that red the chance that, you know, he kind of is not in the best place if he loses this frame. Well, this looks a good shot. Terrific shot from Hawkins. This will be a really good clearance actually, because the colour's not on their spots. One of these players, Hawkins, you know, if you're sort of listing the great attributes, he's probably not top of many lists, but he's going to be certainly high on every list. You know, his all-round game, his technique, his cue action, he's very, very solid. There's Peggy Lee there, just cleans the cue ball. And actually, and this is probably going to be the ultimate jinx, but he's actually very, very good with the rest. There was a discussion I had with Dominic Dale, you know, about Kyron Wilson, Sean Murphy. He said Barry Hawkins is the best rest player on the tour.
Wow, so cause everyone always puts that little bit of banter when they're into their commentary when they're watching Kyron and Sean, and I think they quite enjoy that that comparison.
Well, it was not an easy one, that, but I mean, it was sort of inevitable, wasn't it? You're going to miss it. Because it wasn't, yeah, he was having to leave a similar shot, actually, the other side of the table for the green. But anyway, the yellow stayed out. The thing is, Barry would never put himself into that conversation. Like Kyron and Sean, I think, quite like to be, but he would never put himself forward. Anyway, 23 in it, so Jack Jones needs yellow and green to win what's quite a lengthy frame.
Graham Dott was on a useful break in the 5th. Tied it 2 apiece against Matt Selt, but he has broken down. Still ahead by 42. That's on table 4. Maybe we'll have a look at that one when this frame has finished, but I think it's worth staying with this one.
Oh, it's a great pot. Terrific yellow. And great position on the green. So, having looked, sort of sat down, a little bit fed up, he's suddenly come to life again. If he can just knock this green in, should be 3-2 up. Big day for him, of course, trying to get to the Crucible for the first time. He's a hard worker. Mentioned earlier that at one point he actually moved to Sheffield to play in the academies here from Wales. So, you know, he's making real strides. In goes the green. So that should be 3-2. Leads by 28 with 22 on, so Hawkins needs 2 snookers. So it's a special anniversary this year. It's 40 years since Cliff Thorburn made the first maximum at the Crucible, and we were wondering if you could complete a sort of fantasy maximum, what would be the best shots you would play? Well, we can find out because we've got a little special video to show you. This is in celebration of 40 years since Cliff Thorburn's 147.
Well, that's one way of getting them, I suppose, and staying on the black as well. My word, that's a bonus.
Or even a treble. Go on, get in. Get in. What a shot. What a shot. There's your hot shot for the week straight away.
Surely he's not going to make a 147 playing a left-handed deep screw, is he? Goodness me.
112.
Go on, White. Go on, White. That is perfect. What a shot left-handed, ladies and gents.
Get in. Oh, where's that cue ball? Keep running. Keep running. Just about right.
He's left himself a tough shot, but that's 15 reds and 15 blacks that he's taken now. Yes, he's got to pot the green this time, I think, go all the way around the table. So the angle is there, but he'll need just a little bit of luck to get onto the brown to enable him to get back on the blue.
Just look at this. Stop. And it has. It is almost perfect. And just look at the audience.
He's going around the angles, I think. What a big shot this is. Come on, men. Come on, men. Drop on that blue. Fabulous shot. 129.
Well, the blue's there.
Pull a fabulous shot out. I'm sure you can do it. And he's playing this with a lot of screw to stay on the black. Come on, get in. Fabulous shot. Fabulous shot. And this is it. The first 147 break on television.
Here we go. Get in. Get in. Get in. Well played, Mark Selby. What a black he's knocked in there. Absolutely fantastic.
Imagine if you potted those balls in the same break. We saw some wonderful shots there, didn't we, completing that sort of fantasy maximum. But this is back to table 6, Steve Maguire and Fan Zhengyi. Fan had a chance, certainly, to win the 4th frame, and Maguire got a bit frustrated, but he used it actually in a positive way. He refused to leave the table without winning the frame. Chipped the pink along the bulk cushion, potted the black as well, but Fan in front here in frame 5.
Whole place went nuts at the Barbican when Selby cut that black into the middle. Absolutely phenomenal moment.
Yeah, because that's actually the 100th maximum as well, so it was very special. I mean, every maximum is special, but that's actually a bit of history. Just to confirm, Jack Jones did win that frame. We left it with Hawkins needing snookers on the brown, but he didn't get them.
Wu Yiza was on a decent-looking break against Chris Wakelin, but he is now off the table, and it's Wakelin trying to compile another big break. He's on 35 now. Yiza broke down on 19. I just got a feeling 3 out of 3 for Judgment Day matches. That is a great declaration of Wakelin's mental capabilities. And when you bring into the equation the fact that he hasn't got to worry about money at the moment because he won 50,000 in taking the shootout crown, he's a dangerous player here this week and will be at the Crucible should he get there.
Well, meanwhile, he didn't play that one so well. He's going to have to recover here. He's got the rest out. 51 in front, but there's still plenty on. Nicely done. And he is on the black.
57.
Well, he's potted the black, but again, it just shows if you lose ideal position, it just gets harder and harder to keep going.
A couple of messages coming through on Twitter. Sam Hayden's having a sneaky watch whilst home for lunch. Nothing wrong with that. And somebody called What the Fluke. For the Fantasy Maximum, he says, Dave, I'd take any shot apart from Ken's final black. Sorry, Ken, just getting you back for what you said about how Rob Walker's dressed. I think Ken had a point, so I'll let him have that. And just going back to Kate O'Neill, who's going to find it poignant coming to the Crucible, not with her father this time, coming on the morning session of her birthday on the 26th of April. So, Kate, we will try and remember to say hello to you on that morning. And give a round of applause for you and your dad.
Meanwhile, Maguire lining this long red up. Got very close to it. Didn't leave anything on, though. So still a bit to go before Fan gets over the line, but cracking match actually on table 1 between Ricky Walden and Tepchiranu. And we can just show you, this is live, just Tepchire winning this frame. He's going to make an 80 if he pots the black. So he needed that really, 4-1 down. They've already played 6 frames there. Good stuff between those two. And that's 4-2 to Ricky. Now we're going to go, I think, to table 7, Chris Wakelin and Wu Yiza, who Rob was talking about Chris a moment ago. 45 in front, so he needs another red here. Oh, brilliant pot. Safety in mind, obviously, taking the white where he did, but that leaves Wu Yiza requiring a snooker. And of course, he's in one. So it has to. You sort of have to get out your seat, don't you? But you feel, well, I'm up against it.
And remember, he had the first chance in this frame.
You're up here for 4 weeks, Rob, because you stay on for the seniors as well, don't you? What a shift.
I know. I kind of feel nowadays I may as well just come right at the beginning of the qualifiers. It's brilliant coming up this week because you start to get in the groove and you start to get a feel for the stories. I mean, just as one example, I was talking to Ryan Day after the match last night, and he was so disgusted at how he'd played, even though he won the match. He's talking about potentially retiring next season. Now, he could have just been shooting from the hip because he was displeased with his form, bearing in mind, you know, how brilliantly he won the British Open against Allen at the start of the season. But it's just little stories like that that go into your subconscious that you then remember when it comes to commentary, should Ryan make it. So I love coming up with a week or a bit to go, because you just start to get in tune with the event. And of course your shift is as long as mine, but you're up and down a couple of days up here. You'll be down in London, and then you'll be back on single table setup day on the Thursday. So you've got a nice 5 days up in Sheffield to look forward to at the end of your stint.
Yeah, absolutely, can't beat it. So 4-1 it is to Chris Wakelin, and the danger there, I guess, with Wuyiz's inexperience is that Wakelin will pull away. We'll see. Not necessarily going to be the case. Now we've got a tight match, tight frame, I should say, and a tight match actually on table 4. It's 2-2 between Graham Dott and Matt Selt. There's 20 in it. Dott in front, 22 on. They're on the brown, as you can see. I did sort of, not that I'm a great tipster by any means, but I did say at the start I thought this would be close, and you know, if this is at 8 each, 9 each tonight, that's no shock. Two great competitors here. Well, Selt, he's 20 in front, but he's snookered, full ball snookered on this brown, so he's got to get this safe, coming off the back cushion. Otherwise, they're all there for Dotty. Yeah, 20 behind. I think I said he was 20 in front. It's 20 behind, and he's conceded. I mean, well, we'd never know actually whether he would have left the brown on or not, because he stopped the cue ball in its tracks. But anyway, 3-2 it is to Graham Dott, and a lot of mileage in that one yet. Let's drop in on table number 2. This is Barry Hawkins and Jack Jones. It's 3-2 to Jack Jones. He won that last frame.
Jordan Brown, by the way, on table on a break of 46, locked at 2 apiece against Si Jiahui. That's going to be a tough match for the Antrim Ferrari, but he's ahead and at the table at the moment. Cao Yu Peng 3-2 up on McGill as well. So some pretty tight matches just beginning to unfold here, Dave.
Yeah, I was saying about Jordan. The only time he's played at the Crucible was during COVID, where there's no audience. So obviously that wasn't really a proper Crucible debut. He'd love to get back there. Played Selby in that sort of eerie silence with, you know, just very echoey room with no one in it. So obviously he wants to get there and experience the intros and the crowd and all the rest of it.
The strangest thing about that year, obviously we were all grateful to be working and to be around one another, although the bubbles were strictly adhered to. Nobody was going out for drinks because we were paranoid, because we were having so many repeated tests to make sure that we were still clear, because the tournament lasts such a long time. The strangest day of all was our first day of semi-final action, because normally you walk into that arena and you barely have to light the touch paper. There's such a sense of anticipation, because the championship builds momentum almost without anyone really trying, because by that stage you've invested, if you're a viewer or a fan, you've invested nearly 2 weeks of your time watching how we've got down to 4 players, and going out 5 minutes before the players emerged, there were literally the 2 camera crew and myself, and not a single person in the arena. And you had to consciously remind yourself, it's semi-final Thursday, it's the single table setup at the Crucible, and it's, you know, the metaphorical. You could have heard a pin drop. That was the strange. I'll never ever forget that. That was such a strange moment compared to the noise and the energy and the passion and the sense of anticipation we normally have at every other year when we're down to one table. It was, yeah, most bizarre.
Yeah, as I say, it's for the people who played there. Elliot Slesser actually is another one who's up tomorrow. You know, they want to experience it, the proper stuff. That's I can just show you their table 8. Jordan Brown, who we're talking about there,
27.
on the break of 67. So looking good for a 3-2 lead over his shoe cert, but there's a long way to go yet. You know, there's sort of jockeying for position, and there are certain players. I mean, Maguire's 4-0 up, but these matches can turn around. We've seen that happen all week already. That's the beauty of the longer matches. Jack Jones, though, playing well now. This is a good chance for him to go 4-2 in front against Barry Hawkins. It would be an upset, I think, if he were to win, because obviously Hawkins, we've talked about his record as a stalwart at the top 16, good record at the Crucible, but he's got to get to the Crucible, and that's what today's all about.
And you mentioned what a big frame that had been for Tepchaya Unnu to claw one back against Ricky Walden. Ricky leading 4-1, now 4-2, and Tepchaya's at the table on a break of 59. So he's recovered well in the middle stages of this session. The fast man from Thailand. Some good breaks being compiled here.
Yeah, I mean, in amongst all the nerves and the twitching and all the rest of it, there's some really good snooker as well, obviously. But you fancy if the matches go close, that's where the nerves really will set in. But at least with the best of 19, you know, you get time to play. You know, you get time to find your game. You can go a few behind, but there's still a chance to catch up.
41. 42.
I don't think it's any different really here than any other tournament. The important thing really in this position is not to start looking for too many problems. He's in a good position here in this frame. He's going to be 25 in front with the pink. So he will need 3 reds. Now, table 1, it's a cracking match this. Tepchaya looks like he's about to make a century to trail just 4-3. It was 4-1 to Ricky Walden.
49.
That's what the applause is in the background. He's made the century, so because he's already top of the breaks league, 1-4-5.
Graham Dott on a break of 40 on table 4, leading 3-2 against Matt Selt. Now up to 40. The shoulder holding up so far.
56.
So much of the hard work has been done. He's just got to haul himself over the line. Black and 1 more red. Black's very thin though. He may, well, he's looking at the pink now. He may just push something safe here and wait for another chance. It's a sort of shop closing way of playing. Let's see. Yeah, he's pushing the pink safe. That's quite sensible, I guess, with the lead he's got.
Jones, 56.
Well, I'm going to take a little break. Rob will be joined by Ken again shortly. But in the meantime, of course, one of the big favourites this year, he's just won the Players' Championship, the Tour Championship. It's the 2005 champion, Sean Murphy. And before the championship, we caught up with him to see how he's feeling about this year's event.
I remember the last 2 frames very, very clearly. I don't remember much of the match at all to that point. I remember being far too nervous to hold the cue to start with. I remember there was a big turning point in the 3rd session where Matthew was streaking ahead. He chose to play a shot left-handed rather than use the rest, and that did turn the game, there's no question. And then, of course, in the evening session, the final session, it was the final embassy. They had all the past winners there for the procession. And that, for me, that was like being amongst gods. You know, that these people were the people I dreamt of meeting, not competing in front of. And so to be there and share the stage with them was almost a step too far for me. I found that very, very difficult to handle. But I just managed to hold on to my composure long enough to get to that stage. And then in the last couple of frames, I think I won the penultimate frame with 1 visit. And I remember as the referee, Arian Williams, was re-racking the balls for the start of what turned out to be the last frame. A voice in my head said, "You better win this match here, because if it goes to a deciding frame, I don't think I can handle this." And of course Matthew was in first, he missed, and I did step in with a match and frame winning break.
64. To leave Matthew needing a snooker. Incredible.
And what was it like after that? I suppose all of a sudden you've gone from being a rank outsider and qualifier to being the centre of the snooker world and all the attention on you. How was the evening after that? How were the months that followed and the attention that came with it?
No, it was crazy, completely, you know, unprepared for it. You know, there are books in every bookshop and online of how to cope with failure. There aren't many books out there to teach you how to cope with success. And I found that very, very difficult to adjust to, going to the local shop, being recognised at the petrol station, filling the car up, being asked for an autograph, not being able to do simple things like go out for dinners and meals without being, asked for all these things, which is perfectly normal. Like that's what happens when people. There's no problem with that. But it was a real jump into the deep end. I wasn't ready for it at all, despite having gone through the Young Players of Distinction scheme with World Snooker as a 19-year-old. Despite all that teaching and education I had on that stuff, I just wasn't ready for it. I look back at some of the things I said at the time. I cringe. I look back and go, "Oh, don't say that and don't do this." But the ignorance of youth. I really didn't know some of the things I was saying. I regret a lot of those things, but it was all new to me. And at 22, I was really just a kid,
Not too far away from being 2 decades since Shaun Murphy lifted the title so famously as a qualifier back in 05. Runner-up to Higgins in 09, and then many people thought he was destined to make it 2 titles. 10 years after his first, when he came up shy against Stuart Bingham. And there would have been real synergy to that with the late Alex Higgins taking his world titles in 72 and 82. People felt perhaps it was destined to be for Shaun, 05 and 15. Meanwhile, Barry Hawkins has got Jack Jones in a little bit of trouble here. His frame isn't over yet. Graham Dott, by the way, has gone 4-2 up on Matt Selt. Excellent break in the 80s for Dott on table 4. And it's a free ball for Barry Hawkins here, showing all those years of experience. Fan Shengyi has reduced the deficit to Stephen Maguire from 4-0 to 4-1. McGill's in front in table 6, in frame 6, on table 3, just the colours remaining. Would be a good steal for him, that one. It's been hard work keeping Cao Yu Peng in his sights. It's on a break of 54 now. Walden 4-3 up on Tepchaya. Remember, Tepchaya was 4-1 down, but 2 excellent breaks have got him right back in contention. They play 9 this afternoon. Harry Hawkins was not expecting to miss that. Unable to capitalise on that free ball. Great break of 79 by McGill. That's the little ripple of applause you can hear in the background. Beautifully done there by Jack Jones. Barry unable to take advantage of the brown to the middle. Could be a big frame, this. He's worked very, very hard for it.
8.
Barry Hawkins had his chance with that free ball.
12.
Jack Jones, one of 4 potential debutants on display on Judgment Day Part 1. Fan Zhengyi up against Maguire, trailing 4-1. Wu Yize playing Chris Wakelin. And Si Jiahui up against Jordan Brown. An important frame there for the young Welshman. And suddenly, he's 4-2 up. So, mentioned about potential debutants. Si Jiahui up against Jordan Brown. Chance to draw level here, and he's not far away. This has turned into a cracking match. This 58 is the current break he's on, so he's compiling a good visit here. And it's a funny one. Ken Doherty has had his little break. He's back with us in the box. This, of course, Jordan, the favourite for this one on paper, but he hasn't had a great season. And Si Jiahui, at the age of 20, Ken, having beaten the likes of Tom Ford 10-5 with a couple of centuries and 6 half-centuries, this was not as easy on paper as it perhaps looked. And he's giving a great account of himself, the young Chinese player.
Yeah, listen, nothing is easy at this stage. You know, this final match, Judgment Day, there's so much pressure out there. And sometimes, you know, even for these young guys,
72.
sort of, they don't look like they're under any pressure at all. I mean, he looks so comfortable now. He got off to a bit of a rocky start against Jordan Brown, but he's starting to play some of the stuff that we've seen him over the last couple of seasons. Very dangerous player, and he's very fluent when he gets going, as you can see. And he's got good. Well, he's got great temperament. I think that's his greatest asset. And he's shown that here, coming back nicely. But yeah, there's so much pressure on Jordan Brown. Of course, big favourite in this match, but anybody within the snooker circles will know how dangerous this opponent is. Jordan Brown wouldn't be taken for granted. He knows he's in a big match. No matter who you play, all these matches they're going to be so tense, Rob, you know.
87.
Lots of matches that are all really close as well.
88.
It's good to see, isn't it? Though someone so young, you know, playing with this fluency, who's still Well, he's not actually a professional, is he? He's still an amateur.
9 to 5.
Well, getting to this stage, Ken, is already the biggest payday of his career, win or lose.
Yeah. And, of course, if he wins this match, he's guaranteed a 2-year card, whatever happens. I think he's going to be on the tour next season anyway, but, I mean, this would be some feather in his cap, but long, long way to go. This is a nice break. This will give him a lot of confidence. And he's got a nice angle on the black here. He can try and bounce the cue ball just off the cushion and try and knock that red towards the right middle pocket. Oh, he's missed it. But he's got the century. Good break.
Excellent response to seeing Jordan Brown ahead of him at 3-2. Oh, how good is that? Keep the break going. It's computer snooker.
Just look at his style, his stance, you know, everything. He's got a great setup. Keeps his head nice and straight. He gets through the ball, lovely.
110.
Have a look at this for a shot. That was an old Cliff Thorburn yellow. Do you remember that yellow he potted for the maximum break? That was it. A stun shot right off the cushion, back out for the green. Hit it perfect.
They just showed it actually in a little 147 montage, just taking a trip down memory lane. Some important breaks being compiled elsewhere, by the way. Tepchire and News on a break of 26 on table 1. We've got Selt on a break of 37 against Graham Dott. Remember, he trails 4-2. And Fang Sheng Yi, having trailed 4-0, is now 4-1, and he's in the balls. Or was. He still has a lead of 31 in the 6th frame. But perhaps we'll take a look at Tepchire if this break comes to an end. And it does. So an excellent visit, real class there from Si Shuahui to produce the century and level the match at 3 apiece. Let's go and see Tepchire Anu perhaps on table 1. He's on a break of 27. Just before we get, he's now on a break of 34. Just before we catch up with that and see whether he can draw level against Ricky Walden. Just a little reminder, he's got the tournament high break so far of 145, and this guy really can pot some balls. So this was the break that got him to within 1. This was him going 4-3 just a couple of minutes ago. He's got his scoring boots back on, one of the fastest players on the tour.
Yeah.
And let's go and rejoin his break in this frame. Registers a half century, and he's closing in on drawing level here. So it'll be 4 apiece with 1 to play. He's found his form at the right time.
Yeah, he looked very loose in the opening exchanges of this match, and he was sort of going for everything. But that's the way he plays. You know, as I said to David, he could pot anything, but he could miss anything as well. He potted some great balls, and then he could miss a black up spot. But he's just wonderful to watch. I mean, he's so fluent, strikes the ball so purely, and he's just so quick as well. There's not a player, I think, on the circuit who doesn't enjoy watching Tepchire playing. I mean, Ricky Walden, even though he's sitting in his chair, he'd be saying, look at how easy he makes the game look. I mean,
64.
He's just got to have admiration for him.
65.
Great to watch. Yeah, he's the 2nd fastest player behind Ronnie. Average shot time is probably around 16, 17 seconds. It was quite funny the time, one of the years he qualified, Rob. Do you remember? And he was watching the draw, and the only player he didn't want to meet was Ronnie O'Sullivan. Of course, he was pulled out to play Ronnie O'Sullivan. And he had chances against him as well, but just he couldn't take them. Too nervous.
He's been so unlucky in the players he's had to face. He loves playing John Higgins. Actually gave very good account of himself in 2018. John beat him 10-7. And then he had, do you remember the incredible match he had against Judd Trump? Judd ended up having to produce an incredible double in the decider.
Beat him 10-9, yeah.
And then went on and won the title.
Yeah.
And then got thrashed by Ronnie 10-1. And then played Higgins again last year. And once again, it was 10-7.
So he's. I mean, I know as a qualifier, they've got to expect that they could face big names, but in 4 appearances at the Crucible, to play Higgins twice and Trump in the year he wins the title and Ronnie in the year he wins the title, that is brutal.
It's quite tough. Very, very tough, yeah. But that's what happens. No matter who you're playing there, but top 16 players going to be tough. Have a look at this first shot. Loads of left-hand side. But he's, you know, it's amazing. He's so inconsistent, you know, as a performer. You know, he could be brilliant one time, and then you might not see him for a couple of months. But he's just, you know, as I said, he's great to watch. Very talented. That's the frame, level up. Big frame coming up for those two. The last of their session before they come back at 5 o'clock to finish off. But yeah, and I think for all these players, Rob, no matter, you know, your target should be try and win the first session, you know, and get a lead going into the second one. Then 5-4, 6-3. But at least if you're ahead, you know, it just gives you that little bit of a boost.
Yeah, huge frame left to play. He's clawed his way back into this match really nicely. Tepchaya Anu. So Fang Zhenyi against Stephen Maguire. Stephen was on fire, taking the first 4 without reply. Fan got himself on the board in the 5th. He was first in this frame and then broke down. There's plenty of life left in this one. Just key moments in terms of the momentum shift, isn't it? One minute, Maguire, as happened to you yesterday, you know, 4-0 up and you think, wow, this is fantastic. But then the opponent gets a foot in the door and things can change so quickly here with the prize dangling so close.
You know, one shot, one frame, you know, one shot that can cost you the frame can change the match, even at the best of 19, can change the match very, very quickly. And it's about sort of realising the moment, staying in the moment, not thinking too far ahead. And I think that's very important, not getting carried away with the scores, you know, over such a long match. But you stay in the moment and you keep your concentration, because if it falters for 1 minute, you miss an easy ball and all of a sudden your opponent comes in. You give him confidence when he might be down. And as I said, the match can change very, very quickly. That was a miscue. So a chance for Fan Zhenyi. Okay, he's hampered slightly with the brown, but he could play the cue ball down over the left-hand side of the table. So to take the risk element out of it, should he miss. But if he pots it, gets on the black, well, he could reduce his arrears to just 2. Good pot, very, very good pot, and good position on the black. He's on the pink as well into the right centre, but I think he played for the black. Well, no, maybe the black is a little bit straight. Pink it is. I don't think he'll miss this pink into the middle after such a good opening red. Very good. Nicely struck, wasn't it? Nice sound of the ball going into the back of the pocket. It's always nice for a snooker player.
Sounds great to listen to, even from a commentator's or a spectator's point of view. Yeah, really crisp hit, and as you say, it was just a beautiful sound of the ball striking the back of the pocket.
Just when it hits that leather, it makes that lovely sound, and it makes you feel good as a player as well. It gives you, when you know you've struck the cue ball nicely, it's gone and the ball has gone right into the middle of the pocket. It just makes you feel good, you know. Still, he's going to need one more good pot here.
40.
He's 37 ahead, so he needs red colour red. Yeah, lovely. Very, very crisp striking. Confident as well. This is sort of, you know, shows you his composure as well. Being 4-0 down, he would have been so dejected at that mid-session interval, particularly in the manner he lost that 4th frame. Maguire won it on the black, but he's come back really well. And he's got his second frame on the board.
I remember we were talking about how excited we were about him at the beginning of this season after what he did against Ronnie at Milton Keynes in the European Masters final, beating him in a decider, and then hadn't really done much. And then we saw him at the Champ of Champs. He beat Neil Robertson, Ryan Day, and then lost to Ronnie in the semis. So when he turns it on, he can be a very, very good player. He just perhaps hasn't learnt to do that consistently yet.
Yeah, just a bit of consistency, but no, the talent is there for all to see. He's one of these players. Have a look at his cue where it is. It's not under his chin. It's over left of his chin. He's probably left eye dominant. He's missed that, but I don't think Steve Maguire is going to come back to the table. So it's another frame on the board for Fan Zhengzhi. Reduces arrears, but Maguire still leads 4-2.
So back on to table 3, Anthony McGill and Cao Yupeng. McGill has done really well to get back on level terms here. And that will help the Scotsman's mood no end as well. They're both beginning to feel it.
Yeah, concentrating on the cue ball there and position on that red into the left centre. But it's a bad miss. It's actually on the red, that's on the pink spot as well. That's Andy. He's done well here, Anthony McGill. He didn't panic. You know, 3-0 down, and he was a bit disappointed to lose that frame to go 3-0. But he's got his composure back. Good chance here to go in front for the very first time. He's a lovely cueist, I must say, Anthony McGill. Practices with Steve Maguire, John Higgins, but he's had a lot of experience over the years, even playing at the Crucible, of course, beating Ronnie O'Sullivan there. Not many players can say that. And of course, getting to that epic semi-final, losing out very narrowly to Corin Wilson a couple of years ago. How unlucky that was in that final frame. Decider.
No. Well, do you remember when he made his debut at the Crucible back in 15? He was just wandering around, smiling at everyone. He just seems to me, Ken, to have... Doesn't always work for him at the Crucible. He hasn't won the world title yet, but he just seems to have the perfect kind of temperament for an environment like that. Doesn't panic, doesn't take himself too seriously. He is a hard player to beat at the Crucible.
Yeah, and he's a bit of an enigma, isn't he, in a way, because, you know, he's not one of these, as a big mixer with other players. He sort of keeps himself to himself. But he seems very comfortable in the environment of the Crucible. Don't know a lot about him, you know. But you just know that from what the boys would be saying, Maguire and Higgins, that, you know, he's great to play in practice. He's got such an elegant cue action. And of course, he's working with Peter Ebdon, which will help him as well, you know, in these difficult times of powers of concentration and positive thinking. Gained a lot of experience from his times at the Crucible, Peter Ebdon.
Peter's had a good week so far here at the English Institute in terms of those players that he's helping. Elliot Slessor came through a nail-biter late last night, or probably earlier this morning would be a more accurate description, against Liam Highfield 10-9, and Anthony himself came from 9-7 down against John Astley. I think he had breaks of 1-3-6 and a 98 to help him get over the line. So having Ebdon around does seem to be helping a few of these players, drawing on the experience and energy levels of the 2002 world champion. So an excellent response from Anthony McGill. He was 3-0 down, and all of a sudden he is 4-3 up. The semi-finalist from a couple of years ago, right back in this match. Now, looking ahead to the Crucible, you'd have to say on paper, in terms of the one-year list, the outstanding performer has been Mark Allen. He's gone off the boil a little bit by his own standards in the last couple of tournaments, but nonetheless, he will arrive in Sheffield determined to show everybody he is the class act as far as the 22-23 season is concerned. And I caught up with him to talk to him about his Sheffield aspirations a week or two ago at the WST Classic. And heading into this year's Crucible, you will be one of the favourites, bearing in mind all that you've achieved already this year, with what you've said has not always been your A game. You comfortable with that tag?
Well, time will tell, but I don't feel like that's going to add any more pressure than I already put on myself at the Crucible. I want to go there and be world champion. I make no qualms about that. I know it's the dream that I've always had since I started out in the game, and I want to be world number one. And if I was to go to Sheffield and win the world championships, that would take care of both of those. The way that the rankings are looking at the minute, one would take care of the other, and that's a position I've never been in before. I've been sort of one of the top players, many times, but even winning the world championships wouldn't have got me to world number ones. Whereas I think I'm about 100 grand behind Ronnie. I've still got this tournament and the Tour Championship left to try and close that gap further. In all likelihood, barring a bit of a strange result of the Crucible, I'm probably going to finish the season my highest ever ranking, regardless of how I do. So it'd be nice to push on and give myself an opportunity of achieving 2 lifelong dreams at Sheffield.
Mentally, is this the strongest you've ever been?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think everything that's been thrown at me in the last couple of years off the table has made me such a strong player on it. I feel like I have so much more to offer the game as well. I feel like, yeah, I've been showing you my B game for most of this season. I've won 3 tournaments and I'm quite a bit ahead in the 1 year list, but I feel like I can show so much more. And mentally, that it's because of my mental state that sort of I am where I am right now. And if my game sort of starts to match up to that mental state, then I think people could be in trouble.
The whole of Northern Ireland is holding its breath in anticipation. Good luck at the Crucible.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, interesting chat there, David. David joins us back in the commentary booth here. But yeah, interesting thoughts from Mark Allen. He has to be going in as one of the favourites, surely.
Oh, absolutely. He's had a really good season, but he's just a little untested there, isn't he? He's only been in 1 semi-final, but you think if he's going to come good any year, it should be this year, as we see some practice shots from backstage. Mark Allen, the 3rd seed this year.
There's Joe Perry trying to make it back to the Crucible again. He's been there a few times, hasn't he? He's playing his old pal, Mark Davis. What a match that'll be.
There is Mark, and another, I can think we can call him an old stager, Anthony Hamilton. Another 50-something who's going to be with us tomorrow as well.
Yeah, came through that tough match, didn't he? 10-9 against Oliver Lyons.
So it's day 1 of the 2 Judgement days here in Sheffield, and we can show you what's happening in the 8 matches. Lovely day outside. Doesn't matter, of course, to the players in here. They've got a job to do, and that is to qualify for the Crucible. These are the latest scores. Tepchan, who's just made another century. He's had a great second half of the session there to lead Ricky Walden 5-4. 4-2 to Jack Jones over Barry Hawkins. 4-3 to Anthony McGill over Chow Yu-peng. 4-3 to Graham Dott over Matt Sell. 3-3 Nopad Senkam and Zhang Anda. It's 4-2 to Steve Maguire over Fan Zhengyi, 5-2 Chris Wakelin over Wu Yize, and 3-3 Jordan Brown and Si Jiawei. So they're the latest scores. It's actually going along pretty quickly, I think. But we'll see if that continues here this evening. Let's go back to table 2 then. Barry Hawkins, of course, looking to qualify this year, having been there for so many years as a seed. Slipped to number 20 in the world rankings. He's up against Jack Jones. 4-2 to Jones. So 3 big frames here. As, of course, Hawkins could still be in front, but certainly he doesn't want to be too far behind.
Yeah, he's done well there, hasn't he? To come back, Jack Jones. He's played really well to take that 4-2 lead. Made a nice entry in that second frame, was it? He could have beaten his highest break ever on tour. But he's been knocking in long balls like that. You know, he's such a good long putter. He's not the quickest on the tour, that's for sure. I mean, he's quite methodical. He can sometimes take up to 30 seconds a shot. But when he gets going, he can play pretty fluently. But he's such a good long putter. And he's got a great chance now.
Just while we watch him, a word for Tep Chai. He was 4-1 down to Ricky Walden. He made breaks of 80, 142, 96 and 130 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Probably done that in about half an hour, I'd say. Yeah. He's such a... We were just talking about him earlier, Rob and I, just such a prodigious talent. Great to watch. And that's what Ricky is up against. He knows it. Boy, he's one of those players. He could come out and miss everything tonight. You know, Ricky will be hoping that's what can happen, but tough to play against when your opponent is knocking in breaks like that.
Yeah, Walden actually didn't pot a ball last 4 frames, so set up nicely for tonight.
Yeah. So 15-point lead. So that red beside the black is going to be the crucial ball here for Jack Jones. He hasn't hit that well. He needed to be really up higher with the cue ball up the table. He's going to have to just drop the pink in, leave it. That red just right of the black, just sort of mid-distance. But he needs that other red out into the play if he's going to win the frame from this visit. Pink safely in. Well, has he overhit it? He might not be on the red here. I think he's overhit it. So reprieve, I think, for Barry Hawkins. Yeah, I don't think he can pot this red. That's a mistake. So he's forced into bringing this red and black into play. He's got to be careful as well. He wants to be hitting the red into the black. He doesn't want to miss the black with the red because the red could go very close to the right corner pocket. What's he looking at here? You'd feel he's got to take... Well, he's going to come off cushion first here, but... He's sort of... losing control of the table here, really, by playing this shot. He's trying to be a little bit too cautious there. He's keeping that red safe, the one that's next to the black. But the problem is, he was never certain of getting the red safe that he played. So if Barry knocks this red in, even if he doesn't get on a colour, he could really sort of be in a very strong position by tying Jack Jones up. So big shot this for Barry Hawkins. Yeah. And if he gets on a colour, he could bring the red and black into play. I don't think he can knock the red out from the blue. I think the pink is slightly in the way. So what does he do? Does he play the blue and then play a snooker, or does he just play a snooker into balk? I would like to maybe pot a colour here and then try and get the snooker on the red behind the black. He's trying to see if he can leave the cue ball somewhere on the ball cushion, but I don't think it's going to be a difficult red to hit. It's just a matter of getting it safe for Jack Jones. So one or two things here. Just So he's playing safe. He's going to put the pressure on his opponent. It's not very difficult to hit this red, but it's to hit it and get it safe. If he rolls up to it off one cushion or two cushions, he could be in trouble again for his next shot. So this might be a hit and hope here. What would you do, Dave?
I'd be hoping, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'd be annoyed, though, that he lost control of this frame. Like you say, he was definitely in control, just lost position on the penultimate red. And
also the shot he played, you know, instead of like playing the more positive shot of bringing the red and black into play, which he needed, he sort of put himself into this position now. Just decisions. Now, can he get enough on the cue ball to try and hit this red? Oh, wow. Look at that. If this goes in off in the middle, he'd be very, very unlucky, and it'd be a free ball. Oh, well. Can you believe that?
The cruel game. Oh. That's what it is, the cruel game.
Free ball as well. So he can pot the brown in the middle here. Get on the brown again. Yeah, he's very unlucky. But he had his chance. Like, that's what I'm saying. When you make wrong decisions, it comes back to bite you.
So Hawkins has the brown as a red.
Still a lot of work to do, though, isn't there, here? But the red that he's clipped, he's actually brought it into a potable position. Look at this. Wow. You can miss anything out there. Even the best can miss anything. And he could be banging trouble here. Barry Hawkins. Cue ball behind the black. That was the case. He was trying to get on the blue, but he could have easily dropped the brown in, Dave, and played for green or yellow, which meant he wouldn't have had to hit the brown so hard.
Yeah, he was trying to make it as easy as possible to get on the red, but he didn't pot the brown. So many things to think about, though, aren't there, when you're down there?
Yeah, it's easy. You never miss a ball, do you, in the commentary booth? Never. Oh, this is close to going over the middle pocket. If it has the speed. No.
Just while we watch this, just to say, if you go to the World Snooker Tour website, you can actually win tickets to the semi-final Saturday by predicting tomorrow's winners. So the last Judgment Day tomorrow, there's a predictor competition. If you go to WST.tv, all the details are on there. Try and guess the winners of tomorrow's matches. And there's a pair of all-day tickets for that wonderful day, that Saturday of the semi-finals, up for grabs.
Oh, I've got a lovely picture here, Dave, from James Cook, who's watching, well, from the beach side in Florida. Well, good luck to you, James. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. It looks beautiful there in Florida, right along the beach.
Yeah, it's we've not quite got that view here. Sheffield's a lovely city, but it doesn't quite look like that.
And we have to go a bit to find the beach as well, don't we?
We do indeed. Just on tip chart, someone's totted up the unanswered points. Alex O'Boyle, 479. So the record is 556. I mean, that could, as he says, it could be in danger tonight. We'll see when they resume. 5 o'clock British time, they'll be back. We saw Hawkins' great safety game at the Masters this year. We talked about Mark Allen earlier. Hawkins beat him 6-0, and a lot of the shots Allen played were exactly where the white is now, on that baulk cushion. Every time he came to the table, he seemed to be nailed to a cushion. The tactical game that day was absolutely superb.
Such a massive frame, this, isn't it? For both players. Jack Jones if he wins it, he'd be guaranteed a lead, of course, going into this evening's session. But it really puts Barry on the back foot. Oh, he's made a mistake here. Oh, oh wow. This could have been a lot easier. He's had it. Been a trifle fortunate there, Jack Jones. This could have been over the pocket. It's just crept onto that left-hand side cushion. Now, he doesn't have to do much with the cue ball, but he's got to 100% commit to this. If he plays it with a lot of pace, he could miss it. He's got to give himself a chance to pot this. The brown is waiting over the right middle, but he's got to make sure this red. This is missable. Oh, good shot. Very good shot. Oh, the cue ball. Wow. This could have been easier. I mean, have a look at the cue in here, over the black, anywhere but there. And he's favourite to win the frame. Just got enough, maybe. Yeah, he's okay. But still, he's got to judge this brown. It's not easy. Off the ball, cushion back out for the yellow. Oh, well played. He's going to need the rest, though. You can feel the tension from in here, even.
Well, this is a big frame because if we were to lose it, obviously he'd be guaranteed to be trailing, and the spectre of trailing by, quite a distance would come into play. So, really wants to nail this now. Well, I did say earlier what a great rest player he was. Of course, he missed the next shot when I said it, but he's not missed that one.
No, without doubt, he's one of the best players on the circuit. And he's quite unusual for a left-hander. He used the rest right-handed. Jack Jones looks on. He had chances, just a couple of, I think, just wrong decisions, really. It's going to cost him here. So just blue and pink required to go one behind for Barry Hawkins. Massive frame this. Could prove real deciding, pivotal frame in the match.
Yeah, certainly the way he's won it, if indeed he has. He needs the pink, as you say. Feels like a real body blow, that, because Jack Jones was definitely in control of it. 4-3, 2 frames to play between Hawkins and Jones. Lots of action, of course, happening all around. This is table 7, where, of course, young Wu Yize is trying to, at the age of just 19, qualify for the Crucible. He's up against Chris Wakelin. It's 5-2, but it looks like he's just about won this frame as we pick it up. He's 66 in front with just 4 reds left.
Yeah, this is very impressive, I must say. I spoke about him earlier, and I know, like, he's a very talented young player. He's missed that blue, but he's 64 ahead. He might have to go through a bit of pain over the next 10 minutes or so if Chris plays on for snookers. But yeah, it's an impressive sort of performance so far already. I mean, he beat Tian Peng Fei 10-1, was it, in his first match? In the last round. Chris Wakelin had a look at these 2 reds. There may be a plant. He doesn't have the angle to disturb them, so he may have to try and play the plant.
Just to say, Fang Zhengyi's pulled one back, so Maguire is Steve Maguire 4-3 up there, 4-4 Graham Dott and Matt Sell. So 2 snookers needed, but it's looking quite likely to be 5-3 there to Chris Wakelin. Yeah, look, as I say, that frame looks done. We want to show you as much as possible, so we're going to table 3, Anthony McGill and Chow Yu-peng. McGill 28 in front, 4-3 it is to him. And that's a turnaround because he was 3-0 down, so McGill has won the last 4. Well, we'll keep this frame on screen for you, but of course one of the players of the season, one of the sort of resurgences in the last year is Robert Milkins. We saw him win not only the Welsh Open, but that huge bonus prize as well for the European Series. Rob Walker went out with Rob recently to walk the dog.
Rob Milkins, welcome to my side of Gloucestershire. Hey, listen, the sun is shining. You're a 2-time ranking event winner. You got a guaranteed passage through to the Crucible. Life is good, my man, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all changed around for me in the last year or so. You know, it's amazing how it's all happened so quickly. And you know, I couldn't. Going back a year ago, I wouldn't have dreamt about winning a tournament, but winning 2, just unreal, really.
I mean, I think your story in the last 13 months, 14 months, because that's all it is incredible. And look, you know, of course you made mistakes, but what human being hasn't? You know, every single person connected to the snooker tour has probably made a bit of a wally of themselves, having 2 or 3 pints too many. But I've got a funny feeling, would you agree that had Turkey not happened the way it did, I don't think you're standing here now as a 2-time ranking event winner?
No, it's not something obviously I'm not proud of what happened, and you know, at the time it was felt like it was the end really. But yeah, you're right. Like, I mean, that looking back at it, I mean, something triggered me into the next tournament. You know, whether it's fate, I don't know, but or whether somebody out there was looking down on me. It just happened. You know, I don't feel like I actually played brilliant in that tournament. But you know, sometimes you need that little bit of luck, and in the end, like I say, maybe someone was looking down on me and got me through it.
Well, and when you think about it, I know it's been well documented, but it's nice to have the time to talk to you about it in depth. You'd only won 3 matches the whole season. But,
yeah,
you know, I guess maybe it was a case, was it? You know, you confronted the demons, you'd started to, you know, put the jigsaw together a little bit, and you thought, actually, do you know what? I can only go one way from here, and that's up.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, winning 3 matches doesn't always tell the whole story. I was getting tough draws, you know, drawing top 16 most tournaments, random draws. I was playing all right, you know, in games, but it becomes a habit losing, you know, like winning becomes a habit, and I was in that bad habit of just I was playing all right, but not getting the run and just not quite getting the wins.
And, you know, your momentum has been really good since then. And, you know, we started, I think you made the semis of your group at the Championship League at the very start of this season, which feels like it was about 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
And then semis in Germany, and we started to see, you know, some of your very best form. And you only lost that semi to Ali, the eventual champion, in a decider anyway.
Yeah, I played well in that tournament. I mean, obviously with the 1-4-6 and the 1-4-7 as well. I mean, that was just incredible. I was absolutely gutted when I lost to Ali though, because obviously I wanted to get to a final, but there was other things on the line as well, like the Players' Championship, and having lost that one, I only had to win that last frame to get in that. Having lost it, I knew I had to get to the semis of Welsh to get back in it, win another 5 matches, you know. So yeah, big blow that was, but obviously bounced back in style then. As soon as the World finishes and the weather starts becoming nice, me and my mates, we go down, Maysmore, and we go fishing, eel fishing.
Yeah, I like fishing.
We do a lot of fishing, like when we walk through all the fields like this, and we get the barbecue out. It's nice, isn't it, when the summer comes and you know you're doing things like in the country. Beats being in the city anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's great being at the tournaments, and it's nice to. I'm just looking out for more deer. It's great being at the tournaments, and it's nice to have the chance to talk to people and, you know, share their excitement that they've come to the Crucible or whatever. But yeah, at the end of sort of
17 days. Well, it's a month for me now because I come for the end of the qualies and then I stay for the seniors afterwards. So it's 28 days.
Yeah.
There they are. Sam, turn round. I have that's the whole herd.
They come to see me.
At what point did you start to think, especially coming off the back of your momentum at the German, when, as you said, you were playing really well in Berlin?
Yeah.
Was it after you beat Mark Selby that you started to think, hang on a minute, I could do this here? Or at what point did you start thinking, I actually believe I can win this tournament?
Probably when I don't look into it too much, you know. Probably when I got to the semis and I'm playing Tian, and then I got friends and family that I want there, but at the same time I don't really want there because I've been there all week on my own, and thinking that it's probably going to dampen my chances if they come up. But if I win it, I'm never going to forgive myself if they're not there.
Yeah.
And it worked out absolutely perfect in the end, you know. And yeah, luckily enough for me, at the end I held myself together. Sean's missed the red into the middle and he's gone straight through the pack, but the red's come back, kissed the white and left me on the top cushion, which I was a bit unlucky. I should have been plumb in then, but then I've potted a good red in the middle and made the break to win it. But just pure relief really to get over the line with it being so important, you know.
Oh, yeah, absolutely huge. And then all of a sudden, the rest of the season opens like a flower in spring. Players champs, tour champs. And also, I meant to ask you, you've got, I know you've come up shy, I think 8 or 9 times in the last 48, you know, one match shy of the Crucible, but you've made it there 8 times.
Yeah.
Beaten Neil, of course, two fantastic victories in 13 and 18. And I remember how emotional you were when you beat him the first of those 2 times.
Yeah.
When the match was actually a lot closer.
Yeah.
But what does it mean to you to know that you're going to be introduced as a seed, and with a few weeks to go to the big one, you know for certain you're going to be there? Is that quite a big achievement in your mind?
Yeah, it is, yeah, because, you know, I've been to the Masters as a top 16 player. I've been in the 16, but I've never been in the 16 at the time when the world comes around and I'm seeded. So
I just can't wait to introduce you as a top seed at the Crucible.
I'll be looking forward
My fellow
to it as
Gloucester
well.
boy.
Thanks, Rob.
No worries.
Yeah, cheers.
If only we had.
Yeah, good luck, of course, to Robert Milkins. He'll be seeded at the Crucible for the first time. Now then, we're just going to try and show the end of Barry Hawkins. Just made a big break there to win that frame, so he has come back. I mean, he was looking like going 5-2 down, wasn't he? Suddenly it's 4-4. So that frame, Ken, that you mentioned being critical, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, he's followed up with a nice 80 break there, actually. Yeah, but now huge frame that was, you know, in the whole context of the match. So a big last frame for both players there. Matt Selt, well, he's 57 points in the lead. It looks like he's going to take a lead going into their second session. Of course, starts at 5 o'clock.
Well, it's interesting. He should win the frame, shouldn't he? But if he doesn't, then he's going to think about this little moment. So he needs to nail this. Just get himself his nose in front.
I'm just saying, like, it's actually quite surprising how quick these matches have gone. I think all the matches are right in the latter stages now of their session. And the play has gone really quick. Maybe it might change for the second session because the nerves start to bite a little bit more as they get closer to the line.
The other thing is they're all...
Well, would you believe it? You just said it, Dave. You bucked them.
Well, I was about to say the other thing is all the matches are really close.
Yeah.
This is going to be 5-4 either way, but it should have been 5-4 to Selt, and he will be gutted if he doesn't win the frame now. Can Graham Dott do what he so often does, come in and make a great clearance?
No, he's missed it. Wow. It was a great chance for Graham Dott, but he was up off that straight away. You could see he didn't like it.
So suddenly Matt Selt goes from being in absolute bits to serene again. So the black and another red, and it should be 5-4 to him. But no one has kind of pulled away, have they? You look at all the matches, you know, they're all basically very close.
It's quite unusual to see, isn't it? It's normally you get one where it's like a 6-3, 7-2 maybe. But no, all of them are extremely close. I don't know, somebody actually asked the question earlier, What's the record number of last frame deciders in Judgment Day? I mean, that's a good one, isn't it?
If anyone knows, let us know.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the handshake. So 5-4 to Matt Selt. Very close and set up nicely for when they come back in 2.5 hours. Another close one. Stephen Maguire was 4-0 up at the interval against Fang Zhengyi, but this is live now. In frame 8 of that one, as you can see, it's going 4 each.
Well, what an impressive performance this is for young Fang Zhengyi. Lost the 4th frame to go 4-0 down on the black that he should have won, but the interval came at a good time. He collected his composure, and what a performance. 4-4. I mean, he'd be absolutely delighted so far. He could go into the 2nd session with a lead.
This black for a century.
That's brilliant. This is fantastic.
He had a weird superstition about not making centuries for a couple of years. He wanted his first to be a 147, but he realised after a while that was just too tall an order. So he's now made 11 this season.
Oh, feathered the white.
He's feathered the white. Well, there are worse times, I guess, to do it than when you've already made a century. So he's not going to complete the break there. And there's still 43 points on, weren't there, actually? So he could have potentially levelled the Tepchire high break. But anyway, he's won the frame. 4-4. He was 4-0 down. So that's completely turned around. Let's go. It's all happening. Let's go to table 3. Anthony McGill, 4-3 over Chow Yu-Peng. That was 3-0 to Chow Yu-Peng, of course. So McGill's won 4 on the spin here.
Cue ball's gone close to the green pocket. Ooh. I don't think there'll be any prize for guessing what's happening next. A little roll up behind the green. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Anthony McGill, though. It's a big target, those 2 reds, and as long as he doesn't hit it too hard and knock one into a potable position, he should be okay. Play off maybe 2, 3 cushions. Just missed the pink, nestling behind those 2 reds. 1, 2, 3. Has he hit it? No.
So just to
it's going to go back, isn't it?
Just to reiterate, Tepchire New 5-4 over Ricky Walden, and Matt Selt 5-4 over Graham Dott in the matches that have finished. We've got 6 still on, but they're all coming to the boil. There won't be that much left to run in any of them, and they could all be 5-4 actually, incredibly. Another attempt from McGill. He's made a very slight adjustment. The only one that may be 6-3, Chris Wakelin's 5-3 over Wu Yizer and in front in the next, so potentially 6-3 there, but like as Ken says, there's no 7-2s or 8-1s or anything like that. Chow Yu-Peng has played at the Crucible. He beat Mark Allen there back in 2012 before losing to Ryan Day in the last 16. That's actually his only appearance. McGill 8 appearances, semis of course 3 years ago. He was in the top 16 earlier in the season, but just fell out. He's number 21 now. Ooh, he just brushed that red, and it is potable now. Chow, 16 in front. But it wriggles and doesn't drop. Wow.
Oh, it could be a double whammy here because he's got, well, with the red in the pocket, he could take the chance of potting this red, Dave, and try and knock the other red away from the left-hand side cushion. Lots of pace, lots of right-hand side. Can't miss the red, so he's got to take the chance, I feel. You're always trusting a little bit of luck that you get the red out and that you land on a colour, but surely it's worth a chance here. Hit it with a lot of pace. There you go. Now, how's your luck? He'll settle for that. Perfect. What a miss. My Chow Yu Peng. It's gonna, well, could cost them the frame here.
Yeah, and if it goes 5-3, obviously McGill has the chance to open, you know, a good lead after all.
Six.
Chow Yu Peng, he'd be sitting in his chair, he'd be reeling. He hasn't leveled up the match. Still wasn't going to be easy. Red was still on the left-hand side cushion, but he missed a very straightforward red.
And what makes it worse, he was 3-0 up in this match, you know, and you have visions then of getting a big lead at the end of the session. He could actually be quite a way behind.
I think that's the beauty, isn't it, of these best of 19s. I mean, all the players are so delighted that we're back to the best of 19s from the best of 11s, because this exactly is what can happen in these longer session matches. Lots of swings, plenty of time to recuperate from, you know, a deficit of a few frames. And this is a huge frame from McGill, guaranteeing him a lead at least, and could extend it even more. Pink, easy pink for 5-3. Good stuff.
Yeah, Chow Yu Peng missed that red, that penultimate red. McGill immediately got the other red into play, and he leads 5-3. Big frame, you know, they're all important, but some feel more important than others the way they're won and what psychologically it does to your opponent. Now, McGill's won 5 on the spin there. Of course, Fang Zhengyi here has won 4 on the spin against Stephen Maguire to level at 4 each. So this is about who is going to be in front coming back this evening. Quite an enigmatic player. I mean, he sort of came really from nowhere to win that tournament last season. He's not done huge amounts since, you've got to say. He did have a good actually run in the Champion of Champions. He got to the semis. It's a big invitation event this season, but in ranking tournaments, just a couple of last 32s. But the fact that he's come good once suggests he could come good again, of course. He's proven, I mean, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of that tournament, 10-9, so he certainly earned the victory.
Yeah, and he's shown a lot of great heart, confidence, composure here, and coming back against Stephen Maguire. Of course, he's had lots of experience at the Crucible, and indeed in these qualifiers. Very impressive performance, this. A little bit heavy-handed there. It's come a little awkward. That red into the right centre pocket. Missed it. Ooh. Amazing. Just a couple of inches too far with the cue balls, cost them. Could have won the frame from that position. Chance for Maguire. Okay, red into the right centre. Certainly not easy. Looks a lot easier on our screens. Quite an acute angle, that. Well, I'm sure he'll take it on. And when you're 4-0 up and all of a sudden it's 4-all, these reds become so much more difficult. Oh, he's played it well. Yeah, I think you would have got good odds. I mean, we look around the scores, Dave. I mean, a lot of them are, you know, so evenly poised. You know, 5-4 either way. There's not 1-6-3 up there just yet. Chris Wakelin possibly on table 7, but that's quite incredible. I think we're going to be in for a lot of close finishes tonight, the second session.
If you booked any restaurants, forget it, because we're going to be here for a long time. But that's how it could be very exciting later. Well, he's just lost his way there, hasn't he? He's caught the brown. So I think we're going to just jump over to table 2, because the Hawkins-Jones match, another really interesting one, this 4-4. It was 4-2. It could have been 5-2 to Jack Jones. He's just trying to put the last frame away and get a lead. That's all really you want at this stage. 58. It's what Maguire's looking to do, and it's what Jack Jones is also looking to do. Here we go, table 2. And he's going well. He's 58 in front. Great chance here to at least have that lead at half-time. And just forget about the fact the frame that he didn't win has gone. He's got to concentrate on the frames to come.
59.
That's the thing, Ken. It's a mental challenge, isn't it, this? And also the time now they've got between sessions. They've got to use that wisely also.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these best of 19s they are a marathon of the mind as well as the body. Sometimes you're just better off not looking at the score, just
64.
You know, taking each frame as they come along. Just have little targets, you know, coming into this first session. You know, if you got 5-4 ahead or better, but just to get a lead going into the second session, that should have been.
65.
It sort of keeps you more focused on each frame rather than looking at trying to get to 10 quickly. It's not going to happen. Just keep your focus, concentration, and. But this has been a really high quality match, this Hawkins against Jones. Really enjoyable. He played very, very well, Jack Jones here.
Pinky's frame ball. So snooker's needed there, but it looks like 5-4 to Jack Jones. We want to get across as much of the action as we can. We mentioned Chris Wakelin with a chance for 6-3, but Wu Yiza, he's looking to fight back here to 5-4. These are live pictures from table 7. Oh, and he's missed the black. Wow. Okay, it's finished awkward, but even so, that was a chance to take the frame out.
Well, Chris Wakelin looking up to the ceiling there, but I tell you what, he should be pleased that he's back at the table, because he could have easily lost that frame. That black had gone in and Wu Yiza got on the red. He's in control. And he's got a good lead, 29 points. Good frame, still in the balance, that red. First chance. Whoever gets it will have a great chance to win the frame. Oh, well, I don't know what he's done here. Does the red pass the green? I don't think it does. I don't think it's far enough down. Chris Wakelin just having a quick look. Very difficult to see from our screens here. We're certainly soon enough. I think if it did pot, he'd be down straight on it pretty quickly. So obviously, he's just looking at a safety shot. If it does pot, it's going to be very, very tight. What's he going to try here? If it doesn't pot, he can get the red in the middle of the ball cushion. Cue ball behind the pink. It's no good.
Just to confirm, Jack Jones did win, or has won that frame. He's still on a break, so it's going to be 5-4 guaranteed to him. In fact, he's going to make a century, I think, to just end the afternoon on a high. And as I say, use the time now, the couple of hours, to think positively about how well he's played. You can hear the applause. That is for Jack Jones' century. Oh, great pot. He took his time over it, he worked himself up for it, and he's potted it, and Wu Yizi now needs a snooker. And the blue is waiting here. So this looks like 6-3. So this is the only, at the moment, the only one-sided match. Yeah, so this frame, we'll just see him pot this blue, shall we? And then we'll go off to Stephen Maguire. This blue will make sure. In it goes. So that's going to be 6-3 to Chris Wakelin. He'll need 4 more frames this evening. So all these matches coming to the end of their sessions and not much in it, but this is the only one at the moment with a 3-frame lead. Maguire was 4-0 up. It's 4-4 as he attempts to win the last frame of the session. Just lost the cue ball.
Yeah, he's struggling a little bit now.
25.
A little bit of a nervy one that. Didn't get into the cue ball. So, once again, a massive frame for, I feel more for Stephen Maguire than it is for his young opponent. He's having a look at the plant here. It's very risky. A lot of distance between the reds. Playing with an element of safety, but there you see frustration getting the better of Stephen Maguire. That's not good signs. Good signs for Bang Zhengzhi for sure.
Yeah, the cue bang there from Maguire just couldn't keep that frustration inside. Well, if these matches stay close, then there's going to be a bit more of that tonight, maybe.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the table fitter will be keeping a good eye out and see what damage is going to be done to the table from Stephen Maguire. He normally either wraps the knuckles or he wraps the cue on the table. So 40.
Yeah, and the table's always going to win that battle, isn't it? I mean, Michael Holt years ago, he actually broke his knuckle, didn't he, doing that, to go to hospital?
Yeah. McGill is in again on table 3. 3-0 down. Maybe going 6-3 up. What a turnaround that will be. But these are important little bits, patterns of play coming up here for these two players. It's amazing, isn't it? I know we always say it, and it is a bit of a cliche in snooker terms, that the interval, you know, can change everything, and it certainly has done in this match. I know from my own experience, being 4-0 up yesterday and having the interval.
Yeah, I mean, frame 4 was interesting because Maguire, he actually did punch the table before winning the frame, so he sort of went to the interval actually not in the best of moods, even though he was 4-0 up in a funny way.
Yeah,
it wasn't necessarily positive energy he was leaving the arena with, and since coming back, he's lost all the frames.
Yeah, and how well. And sometimes it can come at a good time for, you know, for the opponent, just to, you know, get his composure, have a chat with one or two of his friends and just relax a little bit. Whereas if you're out there, there's no getting away. So it just came at a good time for Fan Zhengzhi. And whatever happens, even if he does lose this frame, he will feel that he's won the session. Nice shot. Keeping it tight, but he has left the red. And if he's straight enough on this red, he could play for the black here. Lots of top spin. He certainly doesn't refuse a lot of shots. We could play on the black here and play it with an element of safety. No, a long way away. A long, long way away. Really struggling at the moment. Stephen Maguire.
Yeah, you saw again his disappointment. Loud sigh, a bit of chuntering as well. So while we just wait for this frame to sort of get going again, we can, I think, just check in on Anthony McGill, because as Ken says, He's about to go, it would seem, 6-3 in front, and that's from 3-0 down. Chow Yupeng made all the running early on, but McGill, who so many people feel, and we've seen it, he's done damage at the Crucible before, could do it again if he qualifies, has just broken away in this match. There's the position, 66-0. So a couple more pots should do it. Showing good attitude, which is what you have to do in adversity. If things are going wrong, still have that belief that you'll find a way back in. There's time in these long matches to do it. He knows there's still time for it to turn again, but he's in a very strong position coming back in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, very impressive from McGill. Looks to be in the groove. Walking very briskly around the table. A lot of good, positive body language for sure. It wasn't like that when he was 3-0 down, but once again, got himself together.
61.
And when he gets going, I mean, he can score very, very freely indeed. Lovely cueist as well.
Okay, so it's definitely going to be 6-3 to Anthony McGill, and he'll be feeling good about things coming back at 5 o'clock UK time. But that Maguire frame
69.
is getting interesting again because Fan is in here.
14.
Just a few points ahead, as you can see. Well, in fact, I think he is 7. Yeah, there we go, 6 in front. Not ideal on this red by any means.
Yeah, just over. Ran the cue ball there. A lot of noise in the crowd. Seats rattling away. Good pot. And he's on the green. 7 points in the lead. Green will be 10. So he's going to need that red that's close to the, well, where he's cueing now. That's going to be the important ball to win the frame and win the session.
Amazingly, there's only this and one other match on, Jordan Brown and Si Jo Wee. That's it. So it has been a quick session.
It's been very quick. You know, we're expecting, you know, a lot of nerves, which is understandable, but the frames have gone very, very quick indeed in all the matches. But it's all set up beautifully, isn't it, for tonight? We've got a lot of 5-4, only 1-6-3, and you would have got. Saying if you had said that before this morning's start, I wouldn't have predicted that. No way. Beautifully poised for tonight. Nice shot. Now he may play on the pink here. If he plays on the pink into the right centre, it'll be a natural angle for the cue ball to come down for this red on the left hand side. This is nicely worked out here. Shows you the clarity of his thought process. Perfect angle now, and you get really close to this red, because if he was playing it off any other colour other than the pink, he'd have the cue ball to travel a little bit and he'd have to be a bit more precise. Now, as you say, nice natural angle down towards the red. He's going to have to use the rest. But this is frame ball.
31.
And what a turnaround. If he can manage to pot this red. He's 23 points in the lead, but if he pots the red, he'll be on pink or black if he just drops it in. There's pressure on this though, it's missable. Taking his time. Oh, well played. Excellent shot.
Yeah, so Stephen Maguire's going to have to use that time between sessions just to get himself back into a good place, because frustration has certainly come to the boil. He was 4-0 up, that's why, and looking to really take a big lead into tonight. In fact, he's going to be behind. every credit to Fang Zhengyi, the way he's dug in here
39.
to edge in front. Which is going to leave us, we'll be there shortly, with one match to go, table 8. Jordan and Jordan Brown, Si Jiawei. But good feelings for Fan as he will leave the venue for the little break. So it is advantage Fang Zhengyi. He trailed 4-0. He leads 5-4 at the halfway stage. A big evening ahead of these two. Maguire still obviously very much in the match, but I think he could do now with that couple of hours just to calm himself down a bit. So there's one table left. This is it. It's Jordan Brown and Si Jiawei on table 8, and it's 4-3 here to Si Jiawei. And again, Jordan Brown made the early running here, but it's just turned round. Very close 8th frame. Just 5 points in it on the last red. Jordan Brown looking to get on the last red, but has missed the pink. Si Jiawei hoping to be the Crucible debutant. Jordan Brown's only played there once before. That was in COVID times when there was no crowd.
Well, I mean, I know he's missed the pink there, but what a difficult pink to take on. What, I mean, if he just like tucks him up behind the black there, David, I mean, he has the opponent in all sorts of trouble. He's just handed the advantage to his opponent there. Not quite sure whether that was the right shot. Oh. Well, it might work out to be the right shot. That was a poor one. Trying to hide the cue ball behind the brown and pink, obviously. Now, chance for Jordan Brown. He knocks this red in. The green is waiting over the top right-hand corner pocket. Got to keep your head so still on these shots. Cue that. Nice and straight. Very good. Excellent shot. He's okay. He's nice and straight on the yellow, so you can pot the yellow, screw back. Just pass its own spot and play the yellow. Maybe into the same pocket. Oh, maybe he doesn't have that angle. I thought he did. It looks pretty straight on our screens here. Yeah, maybe just taking his time. Yeah, that's okay.
He has this nickname, Jordan, the Antrim Ferrari. It's a lot to live up to, isn't it, that, really, you know? But he'll be hoping to be, well, I guess, driving to the Crucible in a few days' time. Well, is he on this green? He's had a look at it. He's got that face which suggests it's very tight. That's a big mistake if he's not playing a slight swerve, I think. Well, he's potted it, but he's still got to pot this brown. This is not done yet, this frame. Just seeing here the nerves, the pressure coming on. It's happened to both players in this frame, and the last shot Si Jiawei played was badly misjudged, but this is a big brown, 4 brown. And he's not got it. He had to obviously try and get on the blue as well, which he did, but the brown's not in, so 3 points in it. Nervy stuff. Nervy stuff. Rob has returned to join us for the conclusion. It's been pretty swift. I mean, I know it's been 4 hours, but that's actually, for this round, for this session, pretty quick.
It's gone really quickly. I was just talking to Ivan Hershkovitz in the press office, and I said, we're going to anger the snooker gods here, but I said it in there roughly the same time you said it on air. I think what's been interesting as well is the big swings in momentum we've had in these matches. You know, Stephen Maguire going 4-0. And then Fan Zhengyi coming back with 5 on the spin. And then Anthony McGill going 6 on the spin, coming back from 3-0 down. So some huge swings in momentum in some of these matches. And we have got a whole succession of 5-4s coming back tonight at 5 o'clock. It could get very, very tight and tense tonight. I don't think it's going to be quite as quick in our second session starting at 5 o'clock.
No, I think we can agree on that. I mean, obviously the potential to pull away, but there'll be some close finishes, I think, guaranteed. And this frame is also very close. Jordan Brown will be... It was the shot to get on the green that he would be unhappy with. Meanwhile, Sijia, he got nowhere near that brown. He's already expecting that to go back. He's pointing his cue helpfully for the referee, Micah Kessler. If you go at pace like he did, you're just trying to get separation between the two balls. You're sort of hoping not to leave it on, but firstly you've got to hit it. Well, he's left it on, so here we go. Jordan Brown's already taken the brown on. And now, 7 in front, he needs brown and blue to make it 4-4. Important, because had he lost this frame, of course, then the spectre of 6-3 is there. But right now, it's going to be 5-4 either way. It's not quite such a big deal, the last frame now. He obviously wants to win it, but it's not terminal if he loses it. Three of the 4 potential debutants in action today are faring pretty well. Jack Jones 5-4 up on Barry Hawkins, such a tough opponent with Hawkins having so much Crucible experience. Fan Zhengyi coming back from 4-0 down to lead Maguire 5-4. Wu Yiza finding it tough against Chris Wakelin, but you fancied Wakelin was the favourite for that one, and he is going to be enjoying a 3-frame advantage. So the debutants, or the would-be debutants, are faring quite well at the moment. Just one last frame to come, and it will be the decider between Jordan Brown and Sijia Hui. Well, the decider in terms of who's going to have the slight edge coming back tonight. But Maguire 5-4 down to Fan Zhengyi. Tepchaya unknew. I mean, what about that barrage of breaks from 4-1 down, talking about the scoreline top left. Ricky Walden's 4-1 up. And then Tepchaya reels off 80, 1-4-2, 96 and 1-2-3 to lead 5-4. Zhang Anda with a slender lead over Noppon Siankam. Jack Jones is 1 up against Barry Hawkins. McGill 6 on the spin from 3-0 down against Cao Yupeng. Wakelin's 4 away from making it 4 out of 4 in terms of Judgment Day results. Graham Dott still in touch with Matt Selt, although it is the former Indian Open champion, or reigning Indian Open champion, I should say, from 2019. There hasn't been an Indian Open since. He's 1 up. And then which one of Brown and Sijia Hui are going to have the slight edge coming back at 5 o'clock? One last frame in our first instalment of Judgment Day Part 1. Some great action, Dave. There is, and I just want to mention again, you can win tickets to the Saturday of the semi-finals, the concluding day, if you can accurately predict tomorrow's results. So there's a predictor on the World Snooker Tour website. You try and predict tomorrow's 8 matches, and the winner will receive 2 all-day tickets to the semis. That's Saturday. So go on the World Snooker website, wst.tv. That's wst.tv, and all the best with that. And of course, these players, well, they'd love to be in the semis. Right now, they just love to be at the Crucible, and that's what it's all about, to get into the draw on Thursday. Now, I'm being told, actually, Table 8, they're not going to continue. They're going to give them quite a bit of time, actually, but they're going to give them some time to come back. So 4-4 it is, and that is the end of the session. Yeah, so that is it then for the actual action. We'll be with Rob and Ken shortly, but in terms of the actual action, they're not going to play that last frame. I suppose they're thinking, well, we'll give the players a little bit of chance to get ready for what is a big session, of course. This is the final qualifying round of the World Championship, and in a couple of hours' time, all these matches will continue, and they're all close. Even those 6-3s, you know, that's a lead that we've seen overturned already a few times in the qualifiers, and may well see it overturned again. But it's been a very interesting start. We've had some big breaks, we've had some close frames, we've had some nerves, we've had some tension, we've had some big turnarounds in matches, and of course it can all happen again when the players come back. They've got a couple of hours now, maybe a bit of practice, but in the main, just try and keep themselves cool and calm and get on with what will be a big night of snooker here in Sheffield. And by the end of the night, of course, we'll interview all the winners and we'll see how they're feeling. At the end of the night, we will have half of our qualifiers through to the draw. By the way, the draw has been moved slightly forward, so if you were thinking of having a lie-in on Thursday, you need to get up a bit earlier, because it's actually 8:35 now. So 8:35 on BBC Radio 5 Live, and of course the top 16 seeds, we know they're there already, so they'll be in one hat. The 16 qualifiers will be in the other hat, and they'll all be paired together. We're going to go shortly to Rob and Ken, but of course the Masters this year, one of the huge events on our circuit, that was won by Judd Trump. Now, he's been quite quiet since, but that was a big moment for him, and of course it was a big moment in 2019 when Judd Trump became world champion.
I remember speaking to Phil Yates ahead of the match, and we were just doing a normal preview by the table, talking about what the final was going to be like, and I said to him, do you think Judd would feel like he's got a little bit of a monkey off his back if he wins this final and becomes a world champion at last? And he came out with a classic Yates comment. Becomes a world champion at last, and he came out with a classic Yates comment. He said, "It's not just a monkey; it's a silverback gorilla." And then he sort of burst out into laughter. Were you conscious of the fact that, bearing in mind how much you'd won at that stage, you hadn't got over the line in the biggest one of all? Was that in your thoughts at all, or were you just fully focused on the match itself?
No, I was just fully focused. I think now, when I look back, it was a massive thing to win that title. I think it didn't really sink in, but I mean, you're always going to get the questions: is he ever going to win it? It's been however long since he's been in the final, and that kind of thing. So it was obviously nice to be back in the final, but I think maybe just the determination in that game. I just was not going to lose, and it was kind of just ingrained from the very start of the game that I would do anything that I had to do to win. And luckily for me, I bought my best game from the very start, from the get-go. Without trying to sound cocky or arrogant, there was something in me in that game. I knew I wasn't going to miss. I knew every time I got to the table I was going to pop one and clear up, every single time. It didn't matter how long the game would have gone on for. If it had gone for 10 days, it would have been the same outcome. There was just something inside me that I wasn't willing to give that one away. And yeah, it was an incredible feeling, a feeling that I'll never forget. And in the end, I can remember being, I think it was 16-9 up, or 16-8 up, and coming back for the last two frames, and I knew I was going to play well again. It was such an incredible feeling that I was able just to take everything in as well. So in games or big tournaments since, it's just not very often you can do that, and I think any top player can vouch for that. It's not often you can just go out there and enjoy it, but strange feeling. I knew how well I was playing, and I could really look around and take everything in at the same time.
I remember speaking to Phil Yates.
Institute of Sport. We are at the halfway stage of Judgment Day Part 1. The countdown to the big start, 10 o'clock Saturday. Of course, the reigning champion will be the first to walk down the stairs. That will be Ronnie O'Sullivan, still world number one, because Mark Selby didn't make it to the Tour Championship final. O'Sullivan. Who will he be facing? Well, you'll have to watch the draw on 5 Live just before 9 o'clock on Thursday morning to find out. So, just a quick reminder, Jordan Brown and Si Jiahui have been pulled off a frame early, so they are 4 apiece, so they might have 1 extra frame to play tonight, which is why, Ken, we find ourselves with almost a 2-hour gap just to give the players an opportunity to refresh. Do you know what? What a fascinating session that was. Fan coming back, winning 5 on the spin against Maguire, who'd gone 4-0 up, and then Anthony McGill from 3-0 down to 6-3 up. We've seen some big swings in momentum and some very close scorelines tonight at 5.
Yeah, there's lots of 5-4s in there, a couple of 6-3s, and it's been fascinating snooker, you know. And I was just talking in there with David Hendon, you know, in this best of 19s, you can have big swings. You know, you can win 3 or 4 frames in a row, but you could lose them very, very quickly. And we've seen that happen today, and we've seen it happen all week. And that's the beauty of these best of 19s. You know, we got it back to best of 19s this year for the qualifiers. It's something that the Players Board has been campaigning for, because during the COVID times, it was best of 11s. So it's great to have the double session back, and best of 19 is a proper match. And because of that, you can have these swings like going back and forth. And that's the beauty of this best of 19 qualifier.
I couldn't agree more. It just feels like the whole qualifying event, and it is an event in its own right ahead of the main course, this whole event should be best of 19s from start to finish. So we're glad it is. We've got a moment now to reflect on your campaign to make it back to the Crucible once again. Do you know what? There was part of me wanted to do Judgment Day Part 1 and 2 with you, and part of me, of course, wanted the opportunity to see what your face would look like walking down the stairs again, because I remember the last time you came down and kissed the carpet. Overall, of course, you're disappointed to let the 4-0 lead slip, but overall, across what we saw from you, there were flashes of great play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some parts of it I really enjoyed. You know, it was nice being out there and competing. You know, but so disappointed. I mean, a 4-0 yesterday, missing a straightforward pink off the spot for 5-0, and then I feel like the match swung completely towards Pang after that. He started to get a bit of confidence and started to play. But at 4-0, you think you have him where you want him, and then you miss an easy pink, and then all of a sudden I was lucky to be 5-4 up in the session. But he played a lot better in the evening time. But it was those are the moments that we're talking about. You know, how the swings and roundabouts go in these best of 19s, and it can just hinge on one shot in the end, to be honest, you know. But yeah, it was enjoyable out there. The first match against Rianne was quite tough. You know, I have a lot of respect for Rianne. I like her a lot, and that was a tough match. You know, sort of psychologically more as much as anything. There's a lot of pressure on the first match, but it was great to get over that and play a good session, that first session. And against Hamid Mia was quite tough as well, but I managed to get through pretty easy in the end.
And you're great mucker. We have so much fun on those ITV gigs together. I know Stephen lost against James Cahill, and he's had some horrible matches, having to play Jimmy here, having to play Matt Selt since his comeback, one of his best mates who he plays golf with, and having to play his nephew was an awful draw. But it was nice to see a flash of magic from the King of the Crucible, registering another century.
Yeah, and his first frame as well. I mean, I was playing Rianne on table 2 right next to him, and I was peeping over the wall to having a look at him, and he started off pretty well. We've been practicing together, you know, like during the Tour Championship as well. We were playing up there in Hull every day and getting ready for these qualifiers. And he looked to be hitting the ball pretty okay, but I suppose it's probably just a lack of sharpness. You know, he hasn't practiced a lot. He's probably practiced more on the golf course, but by his own admission as well. I mean, I'm not giving any secrets away there, but I think. You know, there's parts of his game look good, but I think it's just a lack of sharpness, really, you know. But he'd be delighted to get another century on board and flashes of the old brilliance from the master.
Well, and we're going to need to draw on all of your stamina and all of his stamina, because in, 27 days' time, we'll all be involved, whether you're playing or doing punditry work, whatever. We'll all be involved with the end of the seniors. So this is a true marathon for everyone, isn't it, being up here in Sheffield this month?
Yeah, but it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, the buzz of the World Championship, you know, it's one of these places, Sheffield, when you see the Crucible, you see the signs for the Crucible, particularly in the month of April, it gives you goosebumps, you know. And I've been living in Sheffield over the last few years, and every day I pass the Crucible, I walk down to the Ding Junhui Academy. I never miss the opportunity to just have a look at the signs, you know, and just look at the Crucible outside its doors. It's just it makes the old hairs in the back of your neck stand up. And since from the day one when I came here when I was only 14 years of age, even now 40 years later, it still gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, and listen, even from the small role that I play, it's become a big part of my life.
Yeah.
I remember before my wife and I were married or engaged, when we were just in those kind of really exciting times and you're courting, I said, I work on this great event called the snooker. And I remember, you know what you're like when you're young and you're in love, being really excited, going down the hill to meet her at the station when she'd come up from London and introducing her to everyone. And then the first time my son ever tried ice cream was a break in the match between Stuart Bingham and Judd Trump in the World Championship semi-final in 15. So even from my point of view, I've found quite key moments in my life have ended up randomly being connected to Sheffield. This is a really special city.
Yeah, it is. A very special city. And, you know, like over the 40,000 people that come to the Crucible over the 17 days, they come from all over the world. Like, you know, not only that, but the people of Sheffield love it when it's here. You know, they embrace it and the city council gets behind it. But the people travel. It's like our snooker mecca, you know. They travel from all over the world, or they put that little dot in the calendar of those like 17 days saying the snooker is on, we're coming, we're watching it, you know, we're sectioning it off, and it's just wonderful. And the buzz around the city is fantastic, you know, from the hotels, the restaurants and everything, walking around, you know, St. Paul's Square there, it's just a hive of activity. The Winter Gardens is wonderful, you know, from the BBC studios there, and and it's a great camaraderie as well amongst everybody, you know, from the commentators and everybody involved, from both sets, from Eurosport, from BBC, everybody. They congregate in the bar afterwards, they regale some stories, and it's just a wonderful atmosphere. It's a wonderful 17 days. Love it.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. One thing you can guarantee, wherever you are within that little 400-metre radius, unless he's in bed, you can normally hear the distinctive Ken Doherty machine gun style laugh emanating either from a bar or a backstage area or even from the commentary box. Right, you're watching Judgment Day, part 1 of day 1. 8 players trying to join the top 16 in the big draw, which will be live on 5 Live just before 9 o'clock on Thursday morning. Here are a few of the greatest shots we've seen just in the last few frames. So a couple of decent shots here. Oh, champagne snooker there from Tepchaya Anu. Remember, Tepchaya went from 4-1 down. He went 80, 1-4-2, 96 and 1-2-3.
Yeah, what a turnaround that was. It is a great shot. Look at this. 2 cushions off the blue. Okay, not on a red. Very unlucky, but he's played so well as well today, Jack Jones.
Brilliant against someone who's made the Crucible his home against Barry Hawkins. And what about this from McGill? These were key moments for McGill on his way to carving out a 3-frame lead, having had a 3-frame deficit.
Yeah, very impressive turnaround as well. Have a look at this. This one of the best shots of this afternoon's play. Pink along the top cushion. Needs the pink and black. Cue ball nearly goes in off, but manages to pot the black as well. And that was for 4-0. And how impressive for Fan Zhangji to come back after losing that frame after the interval. Chris Wakelin here is one of only 2 players who holds a 6-3 lead. This looks like red's going in. Cue ball up beside the pink.
That was brilliant. Yeah, that was brilliant from Chris Wakelin. Remember, Chris Wakelin is 4 frames away from going 4 out of 4 in Judgment Day matches, which is no mean feat. Right, we are about to head off and have a break. Here is a very quick recap on how the scores are lining up ahead of the second instalment of Judgment Day. We've got all sorts of matches still operating on 5-4s. We've got Jack Jones 5-4 up against Barry Hawkins. McGill is 6-3 up against Cao Yu Peng. Here are the scores. Right, so Tepchaya has come back from 4-1 down to lead 5-4 against Ricky. Zhang Anda with a slender lead against Noppon Siankam. Jack Jones, one up against Barry Hawkins on table 2. Maguire has to rediscover the fire. A brilliant start, but what a recovery. Fan Zhengyi, last year's European Masters champion, beat O'Sullivan in a decider. He's beaten Neil Robertson in the Champ of Champs, and he's bounced back brilliantly in that match against the Scots. So Stephen needs to find something before they resume at 5 o'clock. McGill is 6-3 up on Cao Yupeng on table 3. Wakelin, same scoreline on table 7. 4 frames away. You've got to put the veteran as a favourite now against the 19-year-old Wu Yize, although Yize is a class act, but he's under some pressure now. Dot still in touch against Matt Selt. That one surely is destined to go all the way. And Jordan Brown and Si Jiahui have one extra frame to play, perhaps tonight. Right, that wraps up our coverage now. You've got time for a cup of tea or a bit of breakfast, depending on where in the world you're watching us. We've had all sorts of tweets coming in. We've had a guy having breakfast in Florida. I mean, that's just showing off, overlooking a beach. Never mind the beach, mate. The place to be is the English Institute of Sport in the fine city of Sheffield in the great county of Yorkshire. Thanks for your company for now, Ken. We will be back at 5 o'clock. By the end of tonight, 8 of the 16 in action will have thrown their hats into the ring for the big draw at 9 o'clock on Thursday morning. See you at 5.